place, and we're actually going through that with several of our employees.
Okay, great. And do partially vaccinated employees, is there a difference there between fully vaccinated and partially vaccinated folks in terms of the duties that they're allowed to perform, or no?
Yeah, well, it's how they perform them, I guess. So effective November 1, any employee who is partially vaccinated, meaning they have either one shot of the Pfizer or Moderna, if they work in the outside environment, so like, for example, our PCOs, they can come back into the workplace, but they do have to remain fully masked. If an employee is partially vaccinated who works inside the workplace, so that would be an administrative employee at like One South Van Ness, then they would be able to work remotely for 3 days because they've been working remotely, right? And then effective November 1, employees were asked to come into the workplace for 2 days a week. So for those 2 days, they would then, according to the city's vaccination policy, would have to take leave for those 2 days. So they would continue to work remotely for 3, take leave for the 2 until they become fully vaccinated.
Okay, and then I guess my last question on this is, assuming you have folks that are going through the interactive processes, so they are not working while they're this process, whatever process they're going through, is underway, correct?
That is correct. They are not working. That is correct.
Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think Director Heminger was second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions. I think the first one is for our council, and that is whether there is an appeal likely in the credit union case, and if so, how much does that elongate our path to trying to get a final resolution on the matter?
Thank you, Director Heminger, through the chair, Deputy City Attorney Susan Cleveland Knowles. Yes, the verdict in the credit union case may be appealed. There is no appeal at this point in time, but I think once there is a final judgment, I believe there's 60 days. And then an appeal normally would take probably at least a year to work its way through the process.
Okay, thank you. And Jeff, the second question's for you, and it's back to Halloween. I wonder if you had any photographic evidence of your own costume on Halloween. I understand it had a transportation theme. Anything you can share with us today?
It did indeed. You can follow me on Twitter to see my Van Ness busway Halloween outfit.
What about for those of us who don't tweet?
We can send a memo to all members of the board updating you with my infrastructure themed Halloween costume.
Okay, that'd be swell. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Director Lai.
Steve, I can text you some photos, screenshots.
Oh, thank you very much.
Actually, on the topic of Halloween and slow streets, Jeff, I recall that the last time we took action on a series of slow street approvals, I think staff was intending to bring some other ones back to us in a series so that we can more comprehensively, I guess, stitch together a network of slow streets. Just wondering when that might be coming back to us. I don't think I saw it on our long range calendar.
Streets Director Tom McGuire, I know, has that queued up. Tom, can you speak to that?
Yes, directors. The plan for bringing slow streets to you is not to bring them all in one batch, but rather to bring them in groups at a time. There'll be a discussion of this actually during our Vision Zero item later today, because we have definitely taken your feedback that slow streets and the network that you described, Director Lai, is a key Vision Zero strategy. So you'll hear a little bit more about the strategy later on. I believe the first package will be coming to you for approval in January, but I will confirm that date and make sure we respond to you in writing on that.
Great, thank you. Just to comment on that, my family and I were lucky enough to live close to Sanchez Street and took advantage of that for Halloween trick-or-treating. It really was very amazing, but it did remind me of how a lot of neighborhoods still don't have access to such a resource, and just wanted to bring that topic back. And then I also did have a follow-up question on the taxi, I guess, situation. Director Tumlin, you had mentioned that at a past point, MTA offered a settlement agreement with the credit union. Is that offer back on the table? Are we, what is that? Because you made a comment about that and you asked the credit union to reconsider. Just wondering if we are having active negotiations with them and what MTA is prepared to offer.
So the credit union chose not to accept our settlement offer, so the case went to trial. And Susan Cleveland Knowles, perhaps you can speak to this more precisely.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that, Director Tumlin, if you want to add, but that any offer that we might put back out would probably not be publicly available at this point until Director Tumlin has a chance to restart the negotiations.
That's right. We'll be starting from scratch since the case did go all the way through trial to a jury verdict.
That's clear. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And may I just correct what I said, Director?
Sure.
I actually, the first legislative package will come to you in February of 22, not January. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Great. Director Eakin?
Thank you. Just one question for Director Tumlin. Thank you for the update on the operator shortage and how it's affecting our service. I seem to have a recollection we have an operator graduation ceremony this week. Is that new class of operators graduating going to help with the shortage you referenced at all?
We are graduating a new class of operators, and I will be there on Friday. We're very excited about that, and there may be some additional special guest stars. And we're expecting to be able to graduate another class about every 6 weeks or so. Yes, we will eventually recover from any loss of operators, but it sets us back months in terms of our recovery. And we want to, again, make sure that every single one of those operators has the opportunity to get vaccinated because that is the best way for all of us to protect ourselves, to protect our families, to protect the public, and we will eagerly welcome those operators back if and when they choose to get themselves vaccinated. And for those of them who have made this choice for personal reasons, we're also providing a usual wellness package at the time of separation to help them deal with that loss.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Yacudio.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 2 questions, Director Tumlin. The first is on booster shots. I know that transit operators were some of the first folks to be eligible for vaccines, and I'm wondering, a lot of people, it's been over 6 months, and if the agency or the city has a policy, or if we're going to be running into the same problem with, requiring people to get booster shots and not everyone getting theirs.
Kim Ackerman can correct me if I'm wrong, but right now there is no policy either at the SFMTA or the city around mandatory booster shots. Our only requirement is people get their either single dose of J&J or the 2-dose complement of Moderna or Pfizer.
Okay. My second question, we might be covering this in the Vision Zero strategy update, but I'm wondering, I noticed 2 of the vehicles you mentioned in your Vision Zero update were motorcycles, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm wondering, do we have specific tools in our tool belt to address motorcycle deaths, or is there some best practices that we know from other places?
So the SFMTA has historically done some very successful motorcycle safety training courses out of the Balboa Reservoir. So part of our work is about safety training. You will have noticed throughout the Vision Zero reports from the beginning of COVID, we've had a huge uptick in single vehicle crash fatalities and red light running intersection crashes and other crashes as a result of aberrant motorist behavior. So one of the things that, well, and frankly, Halloween weekend demonstrated, we need to get back to whatever the new normal is going to look like, and start supporting the mental health and well-being of all San Franciscans. One way that people sometimes work out their frustration or fear or anger is unfortunately behind the wheel of a motor vehicle. And so the solutions to that problem are complex and society-wide. And it's one of the reasons why the mayor, I think, has been pushing so hard at bringing workers back to work, at putting ambassadors out on the streets, which she made an announcement about today, and hosting events like Phoenix Day, and promoting stuff like, neighborhood Halloween festivals on slow streets. We need to come back together as a city.
Okay, and then just one real specific one about Islay Creek Bridge. That's a bridge that goes kind of on 3rd Street over into the Bayview. Is that the bridge?
So that's the 3rd Street bridge. There's a parallel bridge at Illinois Street, which is 1 block to the east. Okay.
Is it also covered with metallic gratings like the 3rd Street bridges? Do you know? Or
I believe it is, yes.
Just because I know it's no secret that I also ride basically a motorcycle, and I know that on those gratings, specifically, it's very easy to slip and fall. And anytime I go over it, I'm like worried I'm within an inch of my death. So I know the team is looking into what could potentially be done, and it's not a solution for everything, but I'm personally familiar with how scary it can be to ride over those bridges. Thanks.
Thank you. Directors, I think we covered everybody. Director Lai, your hand is up. Is that from earlier? Yes? No? You're showing frozen on my screen. Should look frozen to you all too. Yes, okay, great. Well, with that, I guess I will open it up to public comment. This is time for members of the public to comment on the director's report and the corresponding comments made by members of the board of directors. Moderator, are there any callers on the line at this time? If you want to be in the queue, press 10.
You have 5 questions remaining.
First speaker, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Pilpel.
Great. And a 30-second warning would be excellent. 3 points here. SFGovTV had audio but not video for the first part of the meeting. That's been fixed, but really should be avoided in the future. They've had that problem several times recently. I don't believe it's their staff. I think it's something with Granicus, but that should be resolved. Number 2, I wholeheartedly agree with what Sarah Jones said and what was said about her. I thought she was Sarah Jones, but apparently today she was being frank and honest. We all have roles to play here. Staff to operate, manage, plan, and recommend, the public to comment, and the board to set policy and govern. Staff need to be heard, need to be honest and open and supported in their work. Otherwise, more talented people like Sarah will leave, and we will all be worse for it. There's a lot to think about here. It's good for her, but a cautionary tale for all of us. And third, on vaccination, I do not understand how an employee who was able to drive, maintain, or do other work last week is now unable to perform that work this week. I think there is enough alternate work or light-duty assignments that staff can perform. The public cost to impose discipline, separate, and then recruit, hire, and train a replacement seems incredibly high and avoidable and unwarranted, especially in this labor market. I really
30 seconds.
We should have, thanks. I really think we should have come up with a different strategy on the vaccine mandate. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Moderator, next call on the line, please.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Joe Kunstler. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Thanks for having me. Joe Kunstler here. I'm going to be brief. I support what Director Tumlin's doing with the vaccine mandate, and I really appreciate the high quality of Mooney services. I do hope there is some flexibility for those that have exemptions and deep concerns about the vaccines. I personally got my booster and my vaccines, but this labor market's really hard to have the service on the road for everyone. So if there are safe ways for people to work while they work through hopefully arriving at a decision to get the vaccine, that should be encouraged. But I really appreciate what Director Tomlin's doing. I also really appreciate his support for seamless Bay Area priorities, like integrated fare systems, making sure there's regional backstopping of revenue. You have an awesome system down there with Mooney, and I really hope you keep being awesome every single day. So that's my comments. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Moderator, next call on the line, please.
You have 7 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Yes. Good afternoon again. This is Barry, Toronto. I want to be a little more blunt with David Piopo saying we cannot watch the meeting online. For some reason, the second channel on Watch Now on SFGovTV is not functioning properly. I'm hoping you can get this corrected because some people are not knowing to just listen on the phone, but we should be able to also watch the meeting as well. So you are kind of violating open meeting laws by this spotty reception that we're getting through the network. Regarding what Jeff Tumlin said about the purchase medallions, the solutions should be worked with the taxi industry themselves. And any moves that Kay Torin does should not harm the rest of the industry. Remember, if you're only going to help the purchase medallion holders in this, then you are going to be hurting the rest of the drivers that do not have access to a purchase medallion, a taxi cab, and also those that do want to drive the purchase medallions. They will want to work the airport mainly, and not work the city. And right now, there's a huge need for taxi service in the city, particularly during those times when surge pricing and the other services go into effect. So I want to let you know that what you do previously by only allowing purchase medallions at the airport,
30 seconds.
The airport plus ramp taxis, is actually hurting the taxi industry and hurting our service in the city. And fortunately, Kate Torin is dreaming. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. I'm not trying to attack her, but I'm telling her to think that certain these moves is improving taxi service. So your first priority is to make sure that people can get taxis and get served equally as well in the city as at the airport. And right now, not every purchase medallion is operating. And there's also a concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto. Next speaker, please.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair Gwyneth Forden and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. It's good to be back with you. I'm going to talk about vaccination. It was discussed in this report. It's relevant, so I ask that you give me my 2 minutes. Thank you. Vaccination is very, very important, and the sky is not falling. Yes, there are some who are separated. Hopefully, they will get vaccinated and come back, and there are some who may decide to move on. And hopefully we can get some new people who want to build a career with San Francisco, and they're out there because there are a lot of people who want to work. And so let's open the door to bring in some people who want to work. I want the safest Muni I can get. I've been vaccinated, and I've not just been vaccinated because it's good for me, but it protects the people around me. So I want to have the confidence that I can have a sense of safety on Muni, and that's why vaccination is so important, because vaccination includes me. And I don't want to be pushed to the track, because if we don't have a safe Muni, well, that puts me at risk, and it comes at my expense. So I support the idea of expecting everybody to follow lawful orders, which includes getting vaccinated, just like when a safety-sensitive employee, such as a driver or an airline pilot, has to go in for a medical certification. So I ask that you stand strong in this, because the way we get people back on Muni is for them to have a reasonable sense of safety. And that's
30
not
seconds.
just about vaccinations and masks, but also about personal safety on the system and an environment that is free of discrimination. So vaccines are equitable because anybody can get one. I'm a person who does not fit societally established definitions, and I got a vaccine very easily and quickly. So I
Thank
ask
you.
that
Your time is
stay
up.
strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Next speaker, please.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Michael Sachs. Thanks. My name is Michael Sachs. Just a few things. One, thank you for doing this and listening to people complain to you over the phone in and day out. I don't envy you at all. That said, I'm going to do a little complaining. My first is I just want to bring forth the question of why do we have free parking in San Francisco? We don't have free public transportation, so I'm not sure why we'd have free parking. The next thing is, why do we have private vehicles on business streets like Polk and Fillmore? I think that doesn't really make any sense either. It's places where people are supposed to walk, and it's better for business if there's no car traffic outside of the businesses. And we could just have commercial vehicles during certain hours. The next thing is congestion pricing. Why don't we have it? I think it makes complete sense given our geography, location, and the environmental crisis that we're in, and that 45% of emissions in the US are from motor vehicles. And we live in a small, dense city. And then finally, I just want to say more bike lanes and more bus lanes will reduce car traffic and are better for the city and better for the world. And I would like to see more of them. Cars are literally death machines. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, directors. How you doing? My name is David Alexander. I'm a District 1 resident. I just want to recognize Sarah Jones as she departs MTA for Marin's Community Development Agency. I met Sarah at our Slow Street Art Walk, and we just talked about organizing and just community and people in San Francisco, and she's awesome. So I'm really sad that she's leaving, actually. I also never forget Sarah sharing her expertise with Supervisors Preston, Peskin, and Melgar at the Land Use Committee around emergency transportation projects and CEQA appeals. And it was just amazing to hear her. And I'm really saddened to hear, not just Sarah, but many of our city staff talk about not being supported by our elected officials. Personally, I'm really sick of it. I think it's unprofessional, and I think demeans the work that city staff are doing. So yeah, Sarah, I'll see you on the streets. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Colin from District 5. Just wanted to give a shout out to Sarah Jones and thank her for all of her work in San Francisco, everything from the community-based planning process to work on car-free JFK Drive, and just overall her thoughtfulness and persistence she has brought, and how much she obviously cares about her community. She will be missed, and just wanted to wish her luck and success in her new role in Marin. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 1 question remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mary McGuire, and I'm a Prop K medallion holder, taxi medallion holder. And while I think it's all very noble of you to want to help the purchase medallion holders, please don't do it at my expense or all the other drivers' expense. That's your current policy. You help that one group of people, and then you're punitive to the rest of the industry. So I agree with Barry. How is this making the industry better? And how is it improving taxi service? Also, on the subject of vaccines, I've been driving and, I tell people to put on their masks, and they do, but every once in a while I'll, look in the rearview mirror and they've got that mask pulled down to talk or whatever. Most people that live in San Francisco are very polite about that. They don't do that, but the tourists do. And there's right now 58% of the Americans are vaccinated. So this is not over yet. Regarding vaccines and mandates, Is there a mandate for taxi drivers to get vaccines? I don't understand why, just to protect themselves, to protect the people in San Francisco and the tourists, and everyone else has been vaccinated. So if you require a drug test, maybe you should think about requiring drivers to have vaccines as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
So with that, we will close public comment on that item and move on to our next.
Directors, that places you on item number 8, Citizens Advisory Council report. No report is expected. Item number 9, public comment.
This is your opportunity for members of the public to make comments on things within the subject matter jurisdiction of the SFMTA, but not on today's calendar. If there's an item on today's calendar you want to speak to, please call in 10 at the corresponding item number. So those would be items 10, 11, 12, and 13, which is basically Vision Zero and a bunch of parking and traffic changes, as well as our reliability and 2050 plan. So those items are coming up later in the agenda. If you want to talk about other items, now it's the time to call. Moderator, are there callers on the line?
You have 2 questions remaining.
First speaker.
Thank you, Chair Gwyneth Ford and Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, calling from 702, and that area code is not going to change. I'm going to take a different tack today as I talk about my concerns of transportation. You know, one of the things I like about Muni is that I pay a defined amount. But nobody ever talks about this thing called long hauling. Long hauling is a practice where you get into a vehicle, you don't know how much you're going to pay, and instead of taking the shortest practical route, you are taken on a circuitous route, which often ends up costing much more. I want dependability in my life, and there doesn't seem to be any recourse if a person gets long hauled, because it's an us versus them, he said versus she said. I like to have a sense of definite things in my life when it comes to transportation. I'm concerned that such could happen to me because I'm a person who does not fit definitions and I'm wearing a skirt. And so at least it's not happened to me. And I don't think there has ever been a time that a Muni bus or a train has passed me up.
30
but
seconds.
I'm letting you know of the importance of having a sense of being definite with what we pay. I hope that I will not be unfairly denied service. Well, I don't have to worry about that with scooters and autonomous vehicles because they don't care that I'm wearing a skirt. They don't care that my name is Alita, and they don't care that I was born in New York City. I want a Muni that will include everyone where we don't have to worry about paying more than we should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 3 questions remaining.
This is Herbert Weiner. My concern is about the proposed deletion of the 38, R Gary Run at 20th and Gary Street. Now, that's a very significant shopping area. There are restaurants nearby, and there's also the post office. And when you propose discontinuing that express line, you are creating an inconvenience because it takes a longer time to wait for the 38 local. Now, this does not have the public welfare in mind, and you should really reconsider that. The express lines are very important. We get to our shopping destination a lot faster. It will be much slower, and in fact, I think that the 38 will be even more crowded because the people that could have been riding the express line will pile in to the local line. So this was not well thought out. So in respect to that, the 38 Gary Street corridor project, I find this really flawed, and I want to have that. I don't want to have that decision implemented. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Yes. Hi, this is Barry, Toronto. 3 major topics I need to go over. First, a continuation regarding the Outside Lands Music Festival. There was a huge demand for taxi cabs, but why should I serve an event where you take away our cab stands, where you prevent us from serving it and threatening us with giving us tickets for trying to serve the public, and also the very rudeness of the dispatchers that we call to get some help. All but one of them, 408. Operator 408, fantastic dispatcher. I won't give you the numbers of the other dispatchers, but they were rude and condescending and not very helpful. And I want to let you know that there's got to be changes in how you deal with the public and regarding parking enforcement. It's ridiculous. So the next update is about Chase Center. You also don't want us to work Chase Center. Now, James Lee, he is a fantastic deputy director of parking enforcement. However, the people who work under him, the supervisors at these major events, do not listen to him because they're allowing the solicitations to go on at the curb at Chase Center, and they're allowing them to park there where it says purely passenger pickup only and drop off, as well as for taxis. However,
30 seconds.
There's no enforcement at all at that area, and the PCOs are rude and threatening. The next topic is this essential worker ride home program. It's a fantastic program. However, they changed the way they do payment, and they gave them an ETC-like card that's operated by the Department of the Environment. But TransDev and the MTA failed to notify the drivers, the people doing the service. So WTF, why aren't you informing the drivers about the new changes to the program? So
Thank you. Your time is up.
guys gotta help us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, Mary McGuire again. I wanted to say I agree with everything Barry said, so I'll let his comments work for me. And I did recruit a lot of young people during Outside Lands. They told me they paid $75 to the marina, to the Haight, on Uber, Lyft, and it's really important to get these young people using taxis. So please, I'll try to work on that later. Anyway. I want to address the memo regarding the resumption of the full-time driving requirement. It's premature. My news sources, New York Times, CNN, say that COVID is not over, and the experts believe we won't be close to that until early spring. So it's really bad timing, bad policy. Why December 1st? And why are you forcing senior citizen drivers to return to work, just as the experts are predicting a surge over the holidays? So I wonder, has Dr. Grant Colfax weighed in on this decision? Or does the taxi director, does she have a medical degree? Or is she just relying on what Fox News says? So anyway, I just wish you would reevaluate it and maybe push that deadline a few months ahead and then reevaluate it again. Because, like I said, it's very premature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hello. Next speaker.
You have 1 question remaining.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can, Mr. Popel.
Great. David David Pilpel again. So on item 9, public comment, I am concluding the comments I made last week at the Policy and Governance meeting on winter 2022 Muni service. I was clear at that meeting and continue to believe that there are some good ideas in the revised staff proposal, but there should be additional public engagement prior to your consideration in 5 weeks on December 7th. As to the J, I think I can say we told you so. We need a ramp at Church and 14th Street north of Market at the outbound stop, and the J should absolutely be put back in the subway, at least for the next 2 years while the L is under construction, and probably forever, period. Subway reliability needs line management and active supervision, longer trains in the subway, coupling at the portals, get the capacity. We don't need to have 3-car trains on the N on the street, and period. More on that in the future. And I can and intend to follow up with appropriate MTA staff on any further comments or questions that I may have on the winter 2022 Muni service proposal. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
So with that, we will close public comment and move on to our next item.
Directors, that places you on item 10, your consent calendar. These items are considered to be routine and will be voted on by a single vote unless a member of the board or public wishes to consider an item separately. Members of the public, if you wish to address the board on a consent item, press 10 so that you can be added to the queue, and when speaking, please identify which item number you are speaking to. Item 10.1, requesting the controller to allot funds and to draw warrants against such funds available or will be available in payment of the following claims against the SFMTA. Teresa Picurillo versus CSF Superior Court CGC 20-58676 filed on September 24, 2020 for $12,500. Item 10.2, approving parking and traffic modifications as listed in the agenda. Item 10.3, authorizing the director to execute modification number 3 to contract number 1309R, Muni Metro East Boiler and HVAC Rehabilitation Project with Cal State Constructors to increase the contract amount by $98,703 and retroactively extend the contract term by 364 non-compensable days. Item 10.4, approving modification number 2 to contract number 202061 FHWA for the Connected Corridor Project, a traffic safety proof of concept pilot project to delete a traffic simulation and research element of the project and accept donations of software, equipment, and services valued at $1,376,289 from project contractors and subcontractors, and to reduce the contract amount $30,289.84 for a modified contract amount of $1,484,202.36. Item 10.5, adopting findings under State Emergency Services Act AB 361 to allow remote meetings during the COVID-19 emergency, continuing remote meetings for the next 30 days, and directing the board secretary to agendize a similar resolution at a board meeting within 30 days. That concludes the consent calendar.
Great. Directors, are there any items that you'd like to pull from the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will now take public comment. This is your time, members of the public, to comment on any of the items on the consent calendar. If there's more than one item, you will be given additional time, but otherwise it's your chance to comment on any of the items under the number 10. If you have comments, please press 10 to put yourself in the queue. Moderator, are there callers on the line?
You have 3 questions remaining.
First speaker, please.
Yeah, hi, Michael Sachs calling again about 10.2. I support all no parking and no stopping additions, as well as more restrictive parking things like parking permits. If you wanted to add any more, I would support those too.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair Gwyneth Ford and Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about 10.5. And I guess we're going to have to do this every month, but this is important. I think the consent calendar is the appropriate place for this. I don't think we have to do this at the beginning of the meeting because we're doing it during the meeting. So thank you for bringing this forward. I maintain to you that besides COVID being real, this virtual meetings are a very inclusive way to do business. Because in this COVID pandemic, I'm able to continue to engage with you as a person with disabilities connected to military service. And I just happen to be 600 miles away in the 702. And I do hope a day will come when I can be in person with you, and I can, because I can't really ask staff questions in a virtual meeting, and I'd like to get my answers someday. But for those who can't make it to meetings, whether it be disability or geographic difficulties, and Muni has a very worldwide constituency. It's not just about San Francisco. I think the findings are compelling to continue these virtual meetings. So I ask for your yes vote on this, and I don't want to be repetitive, but I just try to keep building on it because this is real. COVID is real. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. This
You
is just
have one question remaining.
next speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Popel.
Great. I also don't want to be repetitive, but in case I forget to repeat myself, I too would look forward to seeing Alita in person at a meeting some point in the future. I was speaking on 10.3. Can I just make my comment on 10.3 very quickly now?
Yes, please.
Great. So once again, I believe that and what's listed as enclosure 2, that's item page 9 in the staff report, should have, as part of the project budget and financial plan, should have a line item that specifically calls out the subject action. In this case, the 98,703. I understand it's part of a larger budget, but I think it's important for you and for the public to see in context what the specific instant action is and where that falls within the budget. So I'm just going to continue to ask for that as a matter of course on construction awards and contract modifications like that. And I hope you would ask staff to try to adjust that particular page in the future to so reflect. That's my request. Otherwise, no problem with the rest of the consent agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Moderator, are there any additional callers on the line for our consent calendar?
You have 0 questions remaining.
So seeing them, we'll close that item. And directors, this matter is before you. I'm having a little bit of a cluster with my Director Heminger. Did you have something that you wanted to say? This is consent, so we didn't pull any items off. So just be mindful.
No, and look, I'm going to support the items, but the question about when we return to live meetings is, I think, at the top of my mind. City Hall, I believe, is open this week for limited work by city employees. So do we have any intelligence from either the mayor's office or the Board of Supervisors about when we might be able to get together in person?
Directors, I can speak to that. We have received direction. The direction is that we would not meet any sooner than January 1st in person at City Hall at this time.
And is that date tied to any kind of science or just stab in the dark?
I believe Susan Cleveland Knowles, city attorney, is with us.
Yes, Director Heminger, it's a policy decision at this point and a safety issue in conversation between the mayor's office and the Director of Health. But I also think there are some logistical issues that they're working out with City Hall and the ability to have how we would limit the number of people or otherwise run meetings if there was a popular item. So I think a lot of those issues are still being worked out, but the item in front of you does indicate that there's still health considerations as required by the state legislation to make the findings to continue remote meetings at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Madam Chair, I would like to motion to vote on the consent calendar in totem, please.
Second.
Secretary Silva, can you please call the roll on that motion?
On the motion to approve the consent calendar, Chair Borden?
Aye.
Borden, aye. Vice Chair Eakin?
Aye.
Eakin, aye. Director Hembinger?
Aye.
Hembinger, aye. Director Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Director Lai?
Aye.
Lai, aye. Director Yukutiel?
Aye.
Yukutiel, aye. The consent calendar is approved.
Please call in the next item.
Item number 11, endorsing the city's 2021 Vision Zero action strategy, directing staff to move forward in 4 areas to advance Vision Zero that include 1, developing, approving, and implementing project proposals using the Quick Build Toolkit for all remaining corridors on the city's high injury network by 2024. 2, exhausting the Quick Build Toolkit within existing approval authority and to consider recommending tow-away zones and or establishing new bike lanes as appropriate for expedited SFMTA board approval. 3, advancing speed limit reductions for SFMTA board consideration and approval as authorized by California Assembly Bill 43, including direction to bring a future item to the SFMTA board to approve the specific corridors for speed limit reductions by ordinance as required by the legislation. And 4, developing a comprehensive speed management plan to complement speed limit reductions with education campaigns and traffic calming, and directing SFMTA to conduct outreach and community engagement to inform design options and recommendations for quick build projects, but to move forward with robust safety improvements expeditiously, including parking and travel lane removal where appropriate.
Thank you. And I know that we have Mr. McGuire or Mr. Parks introducing, and I know after the presentation, we will also have the mayor's transportation advisor. So, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, directors. I'm going to give an introduction and then hand it over to Jamie and to Ryan Reeves on our team to present the strategy. Thank you for the chance to talk to you today about our next Vision Zero action strategy. This is the strategy that will take us through the year 2024 and guide all of our Vision Zero programmatic actions. Yesterday, you may have seen that U.S. Transportation Secretary Peter Buttigieg announced that traffic fatalities in the first 6 months of 2021 nationwide have spiked by 18% over the first 6 months of 2020. The U.S. and our big cities in the U.S. are going forwards, not backwards. We're experiencing a traffic safety crisis in the country. And that's the context for what we're bringing here today. We have both been at the leading edge of cities in the country over the last 7 years in our Vision Zero strategy. We've also been humbled by the things that we've learned and how we've realized how hard it is going to be to reach that goal of zero fatalities. We've heard loud and clear from you that you want us to exhaust and maximize all the existing authority we have as a city agency, jointly as a board and as staff, and to deliver even more immediate street safety improvements through tools like the Quick Build program. And that is at the core of the strategy that Jamie and Ryan will lay out today. You'll hear ideas about funding and streamlining the approvals of quick builds and other proven engineering techniques that our own experience and research have shown can slow down traffic and save lives. And with this strategy, we can touch the entire high injury network, all of those streets where 75% of our fatalities and serious injuries take place by 2024. You'll also hear about how we're trying to link Vision Zero more closely to emerging programs like Slow Streets so they can form the backbone of a safe travel network for non-motorized travel for all ages and abilities of San Franciscans and start to drive that mode split that's also going to be necessary to meet our goal. You'll hear about how we intend to use the new authority that the state legislature gave us under Assembly Bill 43 to no pun intended, accelerate a citywide speed management effort. Ryan Reeves and Jamie Parks will walk you through in detail how we took feedback, both from the hearing that we all had back in July and from so many San Franciscans and stakeholders, and wove it into a much more robust strategy that the mayor will be releasing later this fall. I don't know, to be honest, I don't know that we are going to be reaching zero traffic deaths by 2024, especially in the midst of this pandemic and this nationwide explosion in traffic deaths. but we have to stay at the leading edge of cities. We have to be the role model for every city that's taken this audacious pledge of Vision Zero and learn from our own experience. And we have learned a lot since 2014. Like I said, a lot of it's been humbling. We started off, I came to San Francisco in 2014 thinking that we would rebuild the entire high entry network with multi-million-dollar concrete projects and we'd be done by 2024. That didn't make sense for financial reasons, for schedule reasons, but we pivoted. We pivoted to the quick build program. I thought we'd be hanging speed safety cameras on every one of our unsafe streets by now. That hasn't worked out politically, but we are pivoting to citywide street management, and we are pivoting to rolling out the new powers we have under AB 43, again, exhausting and maximizing that authority like you've urged us to. And I just, our commitment to this is it's deep and it's personal. I'll tell you, I'll be damned if we don't use every ounce of authority that you have as a board and we have as staff to make our streets safer. Everybody you hear speak today is personally committed to this goal, as are so many of the stakeholders, and I know you all are as well. We are going to end traffic deaths in San Francisco, and we hope that we'll do that as partners, and we hope we'll have your support for the strategy that Jamie and Ryan are going to lay out for us today. With that, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Ryan Reeves.
Thanks, Tom. Let me just pull up my slide deck here. Confirming you can see the slides?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thanks. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Tom, for the introduction. My name is Ryan Reeves. I'm our Vision Zero Program Manager here at SFMTA, and I'm going to be sharing with you today the updates that we've made to the Vision Zero action strategy since we last shared it with you in July. So since presenting the strategy to the board this summer, we've received a lot of feedback, and we're here today to share these changes in response to this feedback, as well as present a series of board actions that would advance Vision Zero. First, I'll give a quick recap of our process to date and where we are in the timeline. So we began the update to the action strategy with extensive outreach this past spring, including surveys, community presentations. We received letters from over 40 organizations, including specific asks that we aim to represent in the strategy development. Building on that feedback from the community, as well as using the proven tools that we know respond to the causes of crashes on our streets, we developed a draft action strategy that we brought forward over the summer. We presented this strategy to a number of different groups, including the SFMTA board, our task force, as well as focused meetings with the Vision Zero Coalition. After presenting this draft over the summer, we received a lot of feedback to push us to go further and bolder with the strategy. So we're here to present the significant changes that we've made in response to this feedback, as well as to bring forward the proposed actions for you to advance Vision Zero. As Tom mentioned, the Mayor's Office will be releasing the action strategy this fall, and we're looking for our board to endorse this citywide strategy so we can move forward quickly towards implementing these tools. So next, I'll walk through the specific feedback that we've received and how we've made changes in response. So as we presented the strategy this summer, we heard back about a few key areas of feedback, including quick builds, mode shift in slow streets, speed management, safer crossings, and measuring progress. And so I'm going to walk through how we've addressed each of these areas in the update. We really appreciate the board and the advocates in pushing us to bring forward a bold plan, which we've reflected in these updates. So first, we've been asked, what is the commitment to completing projects on the high entry network? We have over 80 miles of safety improvements on the high entry network that are either completed or in planning or construction. And so we're committing to using the quick build toolkit on the remainder of the entire high entry network. This means that we'll be doing about 20 projects per year for the next 3 years to complete all remaining 80 miles. As we shared before, this does reflect a need of about $5 million additional per year, but we're planning to identify this funding source in the upcoming CIP process. So completing about 20 quick builds per year means that we're committing to increasing our quick builds by about 200% since last year. So we're really significantly scaling up this commitment to complete safety improvements on our high entry network. We've also updated the strategy to reflect our work on slow streets and mode shift. So we're including a commitment to build out the low stress active transportation network by 2024. This will include low car streets, car-free streets, slow streets, and protected bike lane networks. The San Francisco Bicycle Plan is still going to build out a more specific plan in the next few years, but this conceptual network reflects the progress that can be achieved by 2024 to support the mode shift that we know is really critical to getting to zero. We've also been asked where speed limits will actually be reduced through our new authority. So less than a month after AB 43 was signed, we've put forward a proposal for initial speed limit reductions under this new authority. AB 43 allows us to reduce speed limits in business activity districts, and then in 2024, we'll be able to reduce speeds further on corridors with the highest rate of crashes. We've put together this map that's going to be included in our updated strategy to show the streets that are eligible now for speed limit reductions under AB 43 as business activity districts. We're working urgently to use this new authority, and we'll be bringing the first set of corridors for speed limit reductions to the board next month for approval. We also know that we want the speed management plan to really be more than just about speed limit reductions. So we've gotten questions and feedback asking about what's going to be in the speed management plan. We've updated the strategy to be more specific in the descriptions of what this plan will be, that this is more than just speed limit signage, and we really want to build out a comprehensive plan that includes complementary tools like education and outreach, reaching out to communities about alternatives to traditional enforcement as compliance for reducing speed limits, engaging with the police department on high visibility enforcement, which we know from our work in San Francisco does not result in racial disparities in traffic stops, and then also, of course, completing traffic calming work as well. We're working to identify funding through the upcoming CIP process of about $5 to $6 million over 3 years to deliver this work for this comprehensive plan. And then lastly, we've committed to updating all of the high injury network intersections with core safety improvements where appropriate with tools like daylighting, or tools including daylighting, continental crosswalks, slower walking speeds, and leading pedestrian intervals. We've also updated our commitment to completing the daylighting work 1 year ahead of schedule. And finally, we've updated our metrics and progress reporting to reflect calls from the board and advocates. We'll report on metrics for quick builds, which we expect to be about 20 projects per year, and we'll report on this metric annually. We'll also report on our severe injury trends every 2 years, and our Safe Streets project results annually. So moving ahead, there are several proposed MTA board actions in this agenda item to advance Vision Zero. These actions would set a strong commitment to Vision Zero. The resolution would direct staff to develop and implement project proposals using the Quick Build Toolkit on all of the remaining corridors on the high injury network, including recommending approvals to the board for establishing bike lanes where appropriate. The resolution would also direct staff to conduct outreach and engagement on quick build proposals, but to move forward urgently with safety improvements, including lane removals or parking removal where appropriate. The resolution would also advance work on reducing speed limits, including direction to bring forward speed limit reductions for approval and to develop a comprehensive plan with these complementary tools like education and traffic calming. And finally, this resolution would endorse the city's Vision Zero action strategy, setting forward a strong commitment to advancing this work. We appreciate the board's leadership in advancing our commitment to Vision Zero and the calls from the advocates to really push forward with an ambitious plan. The input that we've received from you all, from the advocates, and the board has really made this a better strategy. And so we're eager to move forward urgently to implementing these tools to save lives. And so with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Great. Directors, do we have any questions? I mean, I think I'll lead off and just ask a little bit about the metrics here for how we are going to gauge the success of these, of the things that we do, as well as looking back. I mean, sadly, inevitably, may have an accident on a high injury corridor where we've done improvements, and how do we measure the iterative process or what we need to do to make changes there?
Sure. So we're actually in the process of updating our high injury network, which is going to look exactly at that question of how, what has the impact been on the streets that had been high injury corridors where we've made safety improvements. Our public health department is leading the update for the high injury network, which we expect to be released next year. And that'll show some of the changes over time from the impacts of the safety improvements. We're also going to report we do about every 6 months on the status of all of the actions in the strategy. And that's posted and shared on our website, but we have a number of metrics as well, like the quick build metric, which is really intended to help us gauge our progress in getting to that commitment to meet the remaining 80 miles of safety improvements.
Great. I'm going to move on to Director Hindi.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And do you want to take our comments now, or do you want to wait till after public comment?
No, I think it's helpful because then the public can comment in our comments.
I wanted to see, I have a couple lines of questioning. One is sort of building off of what Director Bourne said just now. I know that when you and I talked, you mentioned some improvements, and we got a lot of comments at our last hearing about the data dashboard that's to the public, and I know you mentioned that there'll be some improvements there. Would you like to speak to some of those?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we did develop the dashboard in response to direction from the board and from the advocates as well. And that dashboard is going to need to be updated to reflect these new metrics. And so we will complete an update to that dashboard so that it aligns with the new metrics that we've developed around, for instance, the commitments to completing all of the core safety improvements on the high injury network.
Okay, great. And then my next sort of line of questioning is, I know that at our last hearing, we had Commander Perea join us from the police department. So I was just wondering, enforcement is a big key to traffic behaviors, as we all know. And I know that in this strategy in particular, there is a lot of emphasis on community alternatives to police enforcement. So I'm wondering if we've had any further conversations. And I know at that hearing also the board, I think, requested a follow-up hearing on sort of the police department's role in all of this, and perhaps alternative enforcement strategies. So I was wondering if you had thoughts on how to implement perhaps community alternatives to policing, and also our work going forward with the police department as we move forward, really trying to collaborate in some sense.
Sure. I'm not sure if Commander Perea is on, but I can start, and if he's available, he can add as well. So the action strategy does reflect a commitment to completing monthly high visibility traffic safety events, which we've done in San Francisco before, especially for speeding. And that's a strategy that basically will have our police officers out on a street that we know has instances of speeding. We'll do variable message signs that really communicate and do some education outreach to show that speeding citations are happening. And that's something that we've really been wanting to include in the strategy, since it is proven in San Francisco to be effective and also not result in any racial disparities that can be associated, especially with pretext or non-moving violations. So we do have a commitment in the strategy to conduct those high visibility traffic safety events monthly. We also are under AB 43 and this comprehensive speed management plan, hoping to secure funding through the CIP to conduct some outreach in communities about what compliance plans would look like. In the Tenderloin, TLBDC and the Bicycle Coalition and the Tenderloin Task Force have been doing some outreach and evaluation on what alternatives could look like in the Tenderloin for enforcement, especially around our turn on red policy and some of the speed limit reductions. And so we'd like to build on that work through the speed management plan and really look at what some of those solutions could look like throughout the city.
Right, and that 20-mile-an-hour speed reduction report evaluation should be coming out early next year. Is that correct?
Yes, we're collecting the post data now, and so we should have results early next year on the impacts of the 20-mile-per-hour work in the Tenderloin.
Perfect. And then my last set of questions kind of delves into what Director Yukutiel was commenting on earlier, which is some of these crashes and events don't involve cars, but other modes of transportation like motorcycles, such as Director Yukutiel touched on but before during his comments in the director's report, but also things like e-scooters and e-bikes. So I was just wondering about how you're thinking about also those collisions too, and ones that don't necessarily involve vehicles, but other forms of alternative forms of transportation.
Sure. So I think as Director Tumlin sort of referred to as well, we have had really a significant increase in our motorcycle fatalities. We're up to 8 motorcycle fatalities this year, several of those being solo vehicle crashes. Our education outreach team does lead some motorcycle safety training work that's been funded in the past by the Office of Traffic Safety, the state at the state level, and that's a partnership between the police department and MTA to deliver the motorcycle safety training. And we've applied for that grant to be able to deliver that program again this year, and we're still awaiting the results of that funding. So we see really that education outreach especially important for those fatalities that are occurring on the streets for motorcyclists.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Heminger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to pursue the line of questioning from Director Hinsey on the police department, and I've raised this issue a couple of different times. Before I do that, though, I want to thank Tom and his team for listening to the public, to the stakeholders, especially to us, in making, I think, a fairly significant series of changes to the last version of this that we saw. And also just to acknowledge the burden that the people bear who do this work, because it's life or death in some cases, the kinds of things we can do or don't do. And that's just a heavy burden to carry around. And I know these folks are in earnest, and they're doing this work on behalf of all of us to make our city safer. And I just wanted to call that out. Now back to the police. You mentioned monthly events that are sort of committed to in this plan. And what I'm wondering about, especially given the testimony we had from the department at our last hearing, that they are pretty seriously understaffed in this area of their operation. You know, what would 2 times a month cost? What would weekly cost? Would it make sense to be that frequent or not? I'm wondering if we could structure some way of including that kind of analysis, maybe in our budget process, to see whether if something is desirable in terms of more of that activity, that we could afford it, given where the PD is on their own budget. You know, as Tom mentioned, 2024 is just around the corner. So it seems to me now's the time to pour it on to the extent we can. And so I would just request that we try to put something together that would allow us to revisit that question in our upcoming budget work to see whether we could and should do more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think next up was Director Lai. Are you trying to speak, Director Lai? Are you having issues? Well, we'll go on to Director Eakin, and maybe you have to do it off camera. Director Eakin.
Okay, thank you. Oh, is she coming through?
Are you coming? Are you okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry. Always having internet connection problems. I'm going to turn myself off of camera. I might have missed this, but Ms. Reeves, could you go over again the timeline for AB 43 in terms of like what is happening between 2022 and 2024? Why are we not able to essentially speed up some of the new location speed limit reductions in 2023 instead?
Sure. And we're hoping to bring forward an item specific to AB 43 implementation at a future board meeting as well, but I can give the quick highlights now. So AB 43 really gives us authority in two key areas. One is the speed limit reductions on business activity districts, which goes into effect immediately in January. So that is why we're pushing forward 7 locations right now that we've identified as high priority, and we've identified another 20 or so that are eligible that we need to just make sure meet all the criteria under the legislation to advance. So we'll be bringing forward in early 2022 an additional set of locations under the business activity district provision. The other way that we are able to make speed limit reductions through AB 43 is on what we think of as our high injury network, but what the state legislation defines as safety corridors. So areas that have high rates of crashes or histories of high rates of crashes. Part of the state legislation, though, said that the state still needs to define what safety corridors are and incorporate that into the road safety manual at the state level. So we're looking to be involved in that process, and that provision can't go into effect until 2024, or once the state implements an adjudication process for tickets to be able to be processed online, which would be one of the equity provisions that was incorporated into the legislation to make sure that the tickets are not having a disproportionate impact on low-income people. So there's the online adjudication process that needs to be implemented in 2024 or sooner, and the state needs to adopt a definition of safety corridors. So that's why we're limited in our ability to implement speed limit reductions using that high injury network provision until 2024. But in the meantime, we're going to advance all of the work on the business activity districts, many of which do overlap with high injury network corridors.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And then I know in prior conversations that, one of the hurdles for our agency in delivering more quick build projects has to do with our, staffing capacity, sign shop capacity. Could you give us an update as to how we're planning around that? I mean, I'm really glad and grateful for staff for, being so responsive and planning to essentially build out all of the, potential quick projects in the next 3-4 years. But just wondering if we've actually resolved some of our capacity concerns, because I know in other conversations we're still struggling with hiring. So wondering how we're working on that for the purposes of Vision Zero.
Sure, I'll pass that to the Streets Director, Tom McGuire, or Local Streets Director, Jamie Parks, to answer.
I'll start and take myself off mute. I'll start and then I'll let Jamie add to this as well. So yes, Director Lai, thank you for acknowledging that our shops who are doing so much work to support transit priority, basic state of good repair of our traffic safety devices, and quick builds are definitely stretched pretty thin. One positive thing that we did in 2019 when we established the Quick Build program was to essentially hire a couple of crews whose job is almost exclusively to do Quick Build safety projects, and so we'll be taking advantage of those dedicated resources as we try to expand the Quick Build program. I think it's probably too soon to say whether shop capacity will truly be a constraint, because we are in the process. The rollout of the quick builds that are described in the strategy will truly be a rolling rollout. They aren't even all designed yet. So when we figure out the intensity of paint, signage, and delineators we need, we'll know more about that. We are definitely exploring all options. We won't let staff capacity become a constraint, but we are going to have to get very creative with how we manage that capacity. Jamie, is there anything else you wanted to
add? Thank you, Tom. So Jamie Parks, SFMTA Livable Streets Director. The only thing I think, the thing I would add to that is, I guess money, the money is a necessary but insufficient condition. And so first we need to have the funding, but working on the staffing capacity is absolutely critical. We were successful in 2019 in, approving about a dozen new temporary positions that are paint and sign shops through the Quick Build program. And, making sure that those positions are filled and not vacant is probably the first key. Like a vacant position doesn't do any good. And so limiting the vacancies is critical. And then, where needed, approving additional positions may be required. And the last thing I would say is, Ryan alluded to the a new high injury network being produced early next year. And so that's going to be kind of the roadmap that we use for all of our resource planning. So, the day after the Department of Public Health publishes that high injury network, we'll be going through a really detailed resource analysis of what's going to be required on each and every street on that network and what it's going to take to make sure that that we have the resources in place to finish by 2024.
And if we have to do something creative like calling on, if we have to call on contractors, something we haven't done too much of before, we'll do that. That is a strategy we use to get speed humps built on the lower grade highway in record time this spring. So, we won't let resources be a constraint.
That is fantastic to hear. That is exactly my sentiments. We shouldn't let something like a bottleneck, a temporary bottleneck in our own hiring processes stop us from pursuing our goal here. And, knowing a tiny little bit about, manufacturing signage for projects, it's certainly not a unique skill. I mean, it is something that requires customization, but it is something that can be cleanly outsourced. I would say not just to private consultants, but perhaps there are other cities or city family departments that have similar capabilities that we should look into some sort of a work order for. So really glad to hear that staff is working on that. Director Borden, are you unable to hear me?
No, there was a point where you were very kind of staticky, like it sounded like, yeah, but that's fine.
I apologize. Oh my goodness. Okay, and then I think my last question has to do with the note that Director McGuire had mentioned about the national average going up. I did not see that report or that comment made by the secretary, and just wondering if there's been any additional detail on either causes or any kind of trends, like is it concentrated in certain demographic types, and just wondering how that reflects on San Francisco's trends.
Yeah, so this just came out this week, so I don't think any of us have dove too deep into it. We do know that unfortunately pedestrians are the growth in traffic deaths continues to disproportionately be among pedestrians, and that was not just true this year. That has been a trend for a couple of years now. Another thing that was pointed out in the Secretary's statement was that Department of Transportation is pushing all jurisdictions, state DOTs, city agencies like ourselves to quickly adopt what they call proven countermeasures. And if you look at the statement that the Department of Transportation released, those proven countermeasures, that's basically our quick build toolkit. It's treating intersections safely, it's multimodal projects like bike lanes, and it's using signals and signage to slow down traffic. So they are telling agencies that they fund as the federal funding partner to adopt the toolkit that we're using here in San Francisco, which is why I keep calling us a national leader.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Eakin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I first wanted to echo my colleague, Dr. Heminger, and just thank you, Dr. McGuire, Dr. Parks, Ms. Reeves, the whole Vision Zero team. I have to say, on reading these documents, it really does feel as though you have put yourself into the public and the strong calls that you've heard again and again for us to exhaust our authority. So thank you for doing that. And I also just wanted to appreciate and sort of endorse your comments, Dr. McGuire, that what we do here in San Francisco matters well beyond the borders of our city and even our region. I believe we are one of the best positioned cities in the United States to actually reach this goal. We may be one of the first, we may be the first to reach this goal of major US cities. And I think in doing so, we have a chance to inspire other cities to adopt this goal and achieve this goal in turn. So again, thank you for recognizing that national leadership and importance of what we do here. So a number of questions. One is, in reading the documents, I am struck and I am energized by just how much we can do, more than we could do 30 days ago before AB 43 was signed. This is progress. This is huge. And thank you to Laura Friedman for being the champion for this work. So two questions on that. One, is it a part of our strategy to keep pushing for automated speed enforcement every year through 2024? I don't know that I saw that specifically called out anywhere, so I just wanted to verify.
That is definitely part of our strategy, and yes, and we'll be working. We'll be working with whoever is going to take up the mantle from Assemblyman Chu as the champion of speed enforcement in Sacramento, but absolutely, it'll be at the top of our agenda.
Okay, great. And then given the new tool, again, of AB 43, which is so exciting, and then given the map, which shows us sort of the limits of that authority, and that's not necessarily everywhere that we would want to make these changes, is part of our strategy to continue to push to expand upon potentially the success we've had through AB 43 to make sure that we can create the speed limits we want everywhere we need to.
Yeah, I think the legislation that ultimately came out by the AB 43 text that ultimately came out, it certainly wasn't everything that the big cities in California were looking for. And you know, for us, the holy grail is that speed limits are set based on the context and based on protecting the most vulnerable users on the street, not the 85th percentile rule or anything arcane like that. So we've made a move forward, but there's still a long ways to go to get to what I described, and so we will keep working with our state delegation on that. I think that's a topic maybe I'd love to revisit with everyone when Kate Breen talks about our annual legislative agenda in January.
Okay, great. In terms of the quick build, it really just does seem, in the context of the dollar amounts this board approved for other projects, that it seems like $5 million a year is just not a very large sum. And so I would encourage us to think about that $5 million a year as a floor, not as a ceiling in terms of what we could spend on quick build. What if we had $20 million a year? If we have a proven strategy, why limit ourselves to only spending $5 million a year if we could do more? So I just want to encourage staff to find the money for this and just not limit ourselves at $5 million if we've got such a cost-effective and proven strategy. It just honestly feels like a drop in the bucket compared to some of the other dollar amounts we talk about and approve on this board. And I hope we can find the funding year after year. You said you'll look for it, and we have an opportunity to do that upcoming. And let's aim even higher if we know we can get to the goal sooner by spending a little more than $5 million a year. Another reflection, I just want to say, compared to previous versions of this strategy, this one feels so much more focused. It feels prioritized. And I really appreciate all of the thoughtful work you all went through to get there in terms of a really focused strategy. I wanted to pick up on Director Lai's comment on capacity. So you are aiming higher than you were aiming in July, to be honest, to be clear. And I just really want to double check and make sure to ask the question or to invite you to please make sure that we know if you do not feel that you're set up for success to implement this plan, whether it's the staff, whether it's the more than $5 million a year, or whatever it is. I would hope that you would not feel shy coming to us and letting us know we've set this strategy, but we're really falling short in X area, and we really need your support to do so.
Yeah, I think I'll repeat what I said to Director Lai about that topic about not letting our own shop's resources be a constraint. I mean, one thing that when I reflect on the last 7 years, I think we've done a lot of pivoting, and I think one area we may have to pivot is when we start to bump up against the constraints of our own shops, whether it's hiring, whether it's finding less expensive or less labor-intensive ways to do things, whether it's using strategic use of contractors, we'll just pivot right to that. We'll make that seamless. I think the other area that I think is just worth talking about in terms of staff capacity is, we do continue with all these quick builds to still have a very we have very high standards for ourselves, and this board has very high standards for us in terms of the level and the degree of outreach that we do with the public. The planners and engineers who do that work can also be a resource constraint, and even the public's attention and ability to really engage with us on what are, let's face it, pretty challenging conversations about their own streets can also be a constraint. So you'll continue to hear about us doing quick builds. I think there will be trade-offs, and there'll be some tough conversations with the public. So we'll ask you to support us in that area over the next couple of years too.
Of course. And then the last comment I want to make is just actually touching on something that Sarah Jones covered in her remarks about sort of not always feeling that the support existed for her to do the work that she wanted to do for the public. Given that it's a 2024 timeline, it feels like we're going to need to not just set the big goal of, we'll have done this many miles by 2024, but really set almost quarterly milestones for ourselves so that we can see if we're on track or if we're coming up sort of slower than we, are hoping. So just to Director Borden's point, I hope we are setting those metrics and that we can get regular updates in terms of whether on track to hit those very ambitious and the right goals that you set for yourself in terms of 2024. And again, let us know if we're off track for a reason and how we can get back on track. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Yacudio.
Thank you very much, Chair Borden. There was one person that Director Eakin forgot to mention in her lauding all the hard work that has gotten us to this point, and that is herself. She has been such an incredible champion of this, and I think every single time this has been brought up, Director Eakin, you have always been so great in pushing this entire agency and body on this. So I want to commend you for doing so much work on this and helping guide us in it. I know all of my colleagues have worked on it, but I especially noticed Director Eakin doing this work. I just have a couple questions. I was going to bring up red camera enforcement. I'm glad that it's part of the strategy. I think it's got to be. If I think about just a tool that can really get people to not drive dangerously, knowing that if they run a red light, they're going to get a ticket is probably just such a high value function. So I'm glad we're keeping it top of mind. I had two small ideas, okay, and then one kind of larger question. One idea is, have we thought about? I know we've talked a lot about the paint shop, but have we talked about just doing like a full, Queer Eye makeover version of our streets where we repaint all of the road lines so that they're clear? These are the dividing lines between lanes, parking lines, bike lanes. I mean, a lot of the kind of physical integrity of the paint on our streets is pretty degraded. And I wonder if we know what the effect would be of just really repainting kind of everything in the city so everything's brighter, clearer, and more reflective.
Ryan, do you want to start and clarify exactly what the commitment to do the HIN high visibility and painting work is, and I can answer the second part of the question.
Sure. So we are committing in the strategy to updating all of the Hindry network with core safety improvements that include a lot of the paint that you're talking about. So with our daylighting work, so the pedestrian red zones, we're updating all of those to make sure those are freshly painted to give more visibility. We're updating all of the continental crosswalks to make sure that people have better visibility when they're walking. And so there's really the two core paint safety improvements that we're making.
Yeah, and then the other piece is I think what you're describing, Director Kutil, is the basic state of good repair. We use that term a lot when we talk about transit, but it also applies to our traffic safety infrastructure as well. The paint is infrastructure. We do have preventative maintenance and state of good repair budget. We do have crews who focus pretty exclusively on that work, even while their colleagues are doing all the new quick builds and bike lane and things like that. But you know, that's a resource trade-off too. We're trying to make sure that the paint on the street doesn't fall below a threshold where it can be seen by drivers and by pedestrians, especially at night. We don't always meet that threshold, but we'll continue to budget for state of good repair and try to refresh what needs to be refreshed. I think maybe the one caution area. Not that I don't love your makeover idea, but I don't want to repaint anything that doesn't need to be repainted.
Right. I guess
for what Ryan described.
Totally. I guess just to connect what Director Eakin was just saying about what could we do with more money, it kind of seems like two birds with one stone, right? It's a state of good repair thing, and there's clearly a Vision Zero advantage to having our street painting be very clearly seen. And so as we go into that, I just feel like it's a force multiplier if we're able to use our money to do both those things. I agree. We don't want to waste the dollar in a place we don't have to, but I think it would be good for the city and probably good for this effort. The second thing is back on motorcycles. Director Tumlin did mention that the SFMTA includes a motorcycle safety course. You have to go through motorcycle safety training to get a motorcycle license, but that's just at the beginning of your time as a motorcycle rider. I know this would probably require state law, but I wonder if we've ever toyed with the idea of requiring some kind of refresher course for motorcycle drivers after a certain amount of time. Your license expires after a certain amount of time. It's a very, very dangerous way to get around cities, and I wonder if we've ever thought about that, or if there's ever been exploration of requiring a refresher after, say, 10 years or something.
Isn't it a state law thing?
Probably, but I feel like we're allowing ourselves to think about adjustments to state law to match our own safety needs. So if we're doing that, it doesn't seem out of the question to think about. I imagine a lot of motorcycle drivers wouldn't like it, but if it is a much more dangerous way to get around, it might be a necessity.
Yeah, so the training that Director Tumlin mentioned is the motorcycle safety training that we offer for free in partnership with the police department and SFMTA. And so that's something that we've offered in years past, and that we've applied for a grant to continue offering that program. So I'm not familiar with any current efforts to really relook at the state legislation that you're talking about.
Right. Well, I hazard to guess that no one on their own volition would throw themselves into a non-required extra training course or safety course. Maybe if they're a really good student, but I imagine that unless it was required, it would be hard to get people to do it. Might not be a bad idea to explore what that would look like. And if David is willing to do work with us David's not in the assembly anymore. Well, whoever fills David's seat, if they care about this issue, it might be something to bring up. So those are the two ideas. And then I wanted to go to slide 11, if you don't mind, from the presentation. This is my favorite slide. I love this slide. I just want to take a real quick second and ask you just two questions about it. So it's no surprise to anyone that I'm a relatively new cyclist around the city. I've been experiencing it and learning about its what it's like. And I think that's a good thing because I provide a perspective on this issue. And I do believe that we have to create manageable ways to get around San Francisco without a car if we are going to meet our climate goals and also our Vision Zero goals. And I'm excited about an aggressive 2-year strategy to achieve an active transportation network that does not require a motorized vehicle. I think it's totally doable. I think San Francisco can do it. I think we should do it. I think the idea of combining a network of slow streets, car-free streets, protected bike lanes, and other ideas to get that is exactly what we need to do. And I'm excited to be a part of its ideation and implementation. My question is, I feel like there are people who are going to shift out of cars who already aren't using cars, but there's a lot of people who have always been driving in cars their whole lives, and the idea of changing just seems unfathomable. So we really have to, if we're going to do this, I believe strongly, we have to make it beautiful, activated, enticing to people enough that they'd actually get out of their vehicles and use it. So my question is part of this conceptual network, is there a budget in place for beautification, for promotion, for marketing, for activation that would get people to actually utilize it?
So there's not a specific in the strategy a budget called out for that, but Jamie, you want to talk about the the bike plan and what Slow Streets bike plan and sort of where it goes from here?
Yeah, we'll try to highlight 3 things quickly that are related to that point, Director. So first is, I think I'm glad that you're excited to see this in the action strategy. We're excited to have it there as well. It's something that we've been working on for decades in San Francisco, but I think admittedly the way that we've structured it or framed it for the public has been a little bit piecemeal. And I think that slow streets are really the way to unlock the kind of final piece of the puzzle for how to create a fully connected network around San Francisco. And I think, and with slow streets, the second piece is on the beautification front. One of the things that has been really successful and fun to watch with slow streets is the way that we've been able to partner with community organizations for the events that Director Tumlin mentioned around Halloween, but also a variety of different events and community partnerships have formed around slow streets. And I think continuing to build those community partnerships is going to be really critical as we work toward this network. And then finally, we will have a bike plan going forward in the next 18 months that will be doing citywide outreach to community groups all around the city of San Francisco. And I think that's going to be a really critical way for us to reach a lot of the, maybe reluctant cyclists, or we'll call them potential cyclists that are out there. And so we will have that citywide outreach going over the next 18 months. And finally, related to the budget question, yes, this is absolutely going to be part of the ask that we make as part of the upcoming budget cycle, and we'll see what we can get, but we are going to put out what we think is necessary to achieve this goal.
Thank you. Yeah, in my mind, San Francisco is, it's got the best coffee in the country. It's got some of the best food in the country, some of the best physical beauty and access to nature. As we saw last weekend, the best music festivals. And I think we should have the best way to get around the city without a motor vehicle as a point of civic pride, but also safety. So I'm excited that we're going to be aggressive about it and think outside the box. And just the last thing I'll say about this is I was walking down Castro Street the other night, and I don't even remember. I think it was Divisadero, and I was waiting in line for a concert, and someone we were talking about the shared spaces in the parklets, and I thought I could never have imagined, 2 years ago that there'd be all this outdoor dining in San Francisco. Yeah. It was unfathomable that all these parking spaces around the city could turn into, spaces to congregate and to enjoy themselves. If we had brought this up 2 years ago, people would have thought, impossible, can't do it. There's just no way. It took a pandemic to get us here. And so I want us to think at that level. Like, obviously we don't want another tragedy to hit us to get there, but like, I don't want us to need a tragedy to do something truly, transformational to our city. So I'm glad we're thinking about it. Thanks for presenting this plan and looking forward to the next set of conversations.
Great. Does Steph anything else to answer before I'll open it up for public comment? Great. With that, we'll move to public comment. This is your time, members of the public. If you have comments on our Vision Zero action plan, please, that's item number 11. Please press 10 to put yourself in the queue. If you're waiting on the line but don't want to speak to this item, then you can. You don't need to press 10. Moderator, any callers on the line?
You have 8 questions remaining.
First speaker, please.
Hi there. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Malcolm Jaramillo, and I'm a community organizer on staff at the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. On behalf of the organization, I want to give our sincere thank you to the SFMTA staff, led by Ryan Reeves, who took our feedback seriously and came back with a far more aggressive and ambitious Vision Zero action strategy. As a member of the Vision Zero Coalition, we know we just have 3 years left to reach the goal of zero traffic fatalities or serious injuries by 2024. In particular, we are really excited about the goal of using the Quick Build Toolkit on the remaining 80 miles of high injury corridors throughout the city. We were original advocates for quick builds, and we've seen already how San Francisco has improved streets across the city in record time. For example, the first quick build was on 7th Street to connect Soma to Mission Bay, and we saw a protected bike lane get approved and implemented within weeks. Before this quick build process, such progress would have taken months, if not even years. So we know that using Quick Build Toolkit will bring the change we need to make our streets safe. We want to make sure that using Quick Build Toolkit means high quality change as well. We also know that it's going to take our supervisors stepping up to the challenge and bringing political support for the urgent change we need to prevent traffic fatalities on our streets. Beyond quick builds, we acknowledge and appreciate the bold changes the SFMTA has made on the Vision Zero action strategy. We're excited about the focus on mode shifts. We're excited to see more around speed management, especially now that Governor Newsom has signed Assembly Bill 43, and we're excited to see the focus and investments on improving intersections.
30
we thank
seconds.
staff for their work and respectfully ask you today to support these changes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 8 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair Borden, SFMTA Director Tumlin, and the SFMTA staff. My name is Jody Medeiros, and I'm the Walk San Francisco Executive Director. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. First, thank you to the SFMTA staff and board for engaging with Walk San Francisco and the Vision Zero Coalition in the process of creating and committing to a Vision Zero action strategy that will move the needle on eliminating injuries and deaths from traffic violence. This has been an involved and robust process of listening, drafting, iterating, advocating, and designing a plan that is focused, ambitious, but achievable, layered, and measurable. The final Vision Zero action strategy represents some of the most important safety solutions needed on San Francisco streets. I'm very pleased to see the agency's commitment to speed management and the creation of a comprehensive plan, because we know the number one determinant of whether a person lives or dies is how fast a driver is going. I want to thank all the members of the community who contributed to the process and spoke up for why safe streets are important to them, and especially to the Families for Safe Streets community members who shared their stories of how traffic crashes changed their lives and expressed what needs to be done so that no one has to experience what they have. Finally, I'm proud of the leadership role of Walk San Francisco played on this project, and we look forward to continued partnership as the agency implements this plan and continue to make San Francisco the national leader in safe streets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 8 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair Gwyneth Ford, and Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Lots of good things. I like the idea of quick build because I like things getting done sooner rather than later. I cannot speak as a technical expert on the matters of streets, but I have my experience in walking in San Francisco and using those scooters and electric bikes. And I have driven a car and ridden a bicycle in New York City. Manhattan is much more dense than downtown San Francisco. And it's not easy. And I was doing it in the days before bike lanes. So slowing the streets down is essential because the higher the difference you have between different vehicles and pedestrians, greater the impact if there is a conflict between the two. You're going to be a lot worse off if you get hit by a car going 50 miles an hour than if the car is going 5 miles an hour. You see, San Francisco really wasn't made for cars, and neither was New York City. I ask for your bold leadership in making these changes. And don't get me wrong, I love cars. I want to rent a Tesla Model S and take it out on the I-5. Maybe someday get to drive it on the German Autobahn at 140 miles an hour. I guess I think you can go that fast, but not in the city. I want to feel safe walking in any city, and the
30
key
seconds.
is to reduce the number of heavy vehicles on the streets. At the same time, we have to remember that every vehicle should have its place. Bicycles and scooters belong on the street and in the bicycle lanes, never on the sidewalk. Pedestrians belong in the sidewalk and the crosswalks, and hopefully we'll do some congestion pricing. It's time to think forward. This shouldn't be about the automotive interests, but about the interests of the people, includes me.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 7 questions remaining.
Next speaker. Next speaker. Moderator, maybe you can take us to another line.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair Borden and Commissioners. This is Alice Rogers. I live in the South Park area and have for about 30 years and have been following the Vision Zero action strategies over the years that they have been evolving. And I can't thank you, the board, the staff, and the Vision Zero coalition advocates for the exceptional progress and work that this current proposed strategy represents. I think, as Commissioner Eakin said, it's highly focused, and I think that really has come from years of all of us working together and really honing the vision to try to find what's possible. So thank you so much for your work, and please support this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 5 questions remaining.
This is Herbert Weiner. Now, when you are implementing this plan, you say there are going to be trade-offs. Now, that's a dangerous word, potentially, because some people are going to be traded off to their disadvantage and the advantage of other people. This should be a win-win situation. And when you talk about substituting alternate means of transportation as Muni, it should be a good Muni service. And you have to plan for that. Basically, this planning for Vision Zero should not be done in isolation from other means of public transportation. Now, one trade-off I propose is when you have all these bike lanes, there should be prohibitions against riding on the sidewalk. And that should be strictly enforced, whether it's by the police department or by the Department of Parking and Traffic. Also, you should be consulting with the police department. They have a lot of valuable knowledge about this, and they know a lot about traffic. And this should be done in coordination with the police department. To my knowledge, this hasn't been done. The police are simply confronted with a fait accompli with all this planning. So please have everyone's interest at heart,
30
including
seconds.
the motorists. Now, one question I want to toss out is, with increased congestion, have there been increased automobile accidents? These two factors of eliminating driving lanes, concentrating vehicles into one lane on some streets might result in some collisions. This is something that should be examined. And if the police are helpful to you in doing it, so be it. but you must plan for everybody, not simply for bicyclists and Walk San Francisco advocates. Everyone
Thank
should
you.
benefit
Your time
from
is
your
up.
planning.
Next speaker, please.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Mitzi Hanrahan, and I live in the Western Addition neighborhood of San Francisco by Elmo Square Park. First, I want to thank the SFMTA staff for listening to the public on what needs to be in our Vision Zero strategy. This is from Walk SF. And also, so I'm speaking as a walker and a bicyclist in San Francisco. So we're just really grateful for all your work on this. I've been in San Francisco for 33 years as a walker and bicyclist, and I've seen a lot of amazing improvements, but we can do so much more. So for one, the city's commitment to constructing quick builds on every single high injury street in the next 3 years. Thank you. That's really amazing. We know this is one of the fastest and my favorite, cheapest and most effective ways to bring down crashes on the street that need it most. Thank you so much for your time. My safety and those I care about deeply depends upon the solutions and the action strategy. Thank you so much for your commitment to safe streets.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Yes, hi, sorry. This is Dr. Olivia Gamboa. I'm a physician and the mother of 2 small children, a Richmond District resident. I'm calling to urge you to endorse the Vision Zero Action Plan as presented. I want to thank everyone who worked so hard to get it to where it is. I think it's a bold plan, and we need it very badly. I've been taking care of patients with COVID for over 600 days. One thing that has made it easier is had slow streets and bike lanes to get me to and from work safely at all hours of the day. And my husband as well bikes to work, also a physician. It's been very, very important for us to be able to get to and from work, as for many of our colleagues and friends in the healthcare field. One thing that has made my job harder is that we have continued to contend with a huge burden of traffic violence in our hospitals. We continue to see people with brain injury, fracture, hemorrhage, terrible severe injuries, life-changing, altering injuries that are continuing to strain our healthcare system, even as we deal with COVID. And I think disproportionately the people affected are elderly pedestrians. And that's just really heartbreaking that we don't have a city where it's safe for older people to walk around and continue with their daily lives. I think I'm especially pleased to see the commitment to a citywide active transportation network. This is a city where 1/3 of households don't have access to a car. There needs to be far more emphasis on making it safe to get around without a car, as Director Yucatel mentioned. And an active transportation network can really connect the city, as well as have 5 benefits for pedestrian safety and driving safety. So especially for our senior citizens and our young people getting to and from school. So thank you so much for all your hard work. Please endorse this action plan. We've worked so hard to come through this COVID pandemic, and we've done so well. This is our chance to address the next pandemic, our epidemic of traffic violence. So please take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, this is Barry Toronto. It's a great plan. I'm glad they did all this work on this. However, the problem is you have to deal with the elephant in the room, and that is the violators of the traffic laws that are not cars as well. They put themselves in danger by not following the rules of the road, especially in the Tenderloin, where the walk signals are just a suggestion, and they just walk right in front of you while you have the light green, and also the scooters. In fact, last week Supervisor Peskin brought up the issue of why are you continuing to allow scooters to ride on the sidewalk? An older woman was hit by a scooter and injured herself and got badly injured and had to have a hip replacement. So I'm not sure by you not taking more action on dealing with these other violators of the road, you are allowing this type of behavior to continue. Make the scooter companies more accountable by paying for these injuries, because you don't really have the rider doesn't really have insurance while riding these vehicles. But the pedestrian is defenseless against a fast-moving scooter. And so I think you have to deal with that regarding Vision Zero as well.
30 seconds.
Okay, and but the thing is, these things are great, but I think it's better to apply them more when there can be maximum enforcement times. During the off-hour times, you are actually hurting my ability to provide service, particularly to the Tenderloin. I serve the Tenderloin far less now than I did before because it takes me 2 to 3 times longer to get anywhere in the Tenderloin that the person has already left their original place where they want to be picked up to go somewhere.
Thank you. Your time's up.
So it's too long.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto. Next speaker, please.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Bowden, SFMTA directors, and Director Tumlin. My name is John Alex Lowell, and I live on Hayes Street between Hayes Valley and Alamo Square. First, I, a senior member of the San Francisco Bay Area chapter of Families for Safe Streets, want to thank the SFMTA staff for listening to the public on what needs to be in our Vision Zero action strategy. There is a real positive commitment to safety from the draft we saw this summer to the great Vision Zero action strategy presented to you today. Simply put, I ask you, the SFMTA board, to endorse the Vision Zero action strategy. I do such as a pragmatic pedestrian who survived a horrific traffic collision 20 years ago. This impactful collision could have been prevented with caution and common sense deposited in the mind of the speeding driver, and a more to point, a 2001 equivalent of the Vision Zero action strategy. This collision impacted my life with disabling injuries like brain damage. A speeding and red light running minivan hit me in the crosswalk on Mission Street, a high injury network street in San Francisco. I'm especially pleased to see the city's commitment to moving fast to create a comprehensive speed management plan and bringing down speeds immediately on commercial streets starting in January. Thanks be to Assembly Bill 43. My safety and of those I care about deeply depend on the pragmatic solutions included in the Vision Zero action strategy. Thank you for your commitment to safe streets in our city named after the compassionate to all St. Francis of Assisi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi there. My name is Parker Day. I live in Nob Hill. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mm-hmm.
Hi. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Parker Day. I live in Nob Hill. I'm calling to urge you to approve the Vision Zero action strategy. I live off Polk Street, so I'm going to use it as an example of why we're not making progress on our Vision Zero goal and why I feel a bit hopeless about it currently, but I have a shimmer of hope after seeing this updated plan. A little background, my partner and I have relied on Muni, walking, and bicycles for all of our trips within San Francisco since 2013. We've managed to be a car-free household in spite of the design of our city's streets. The Polk corridor is still an incredibly dangerous and harrowing experience, especially for those of us on bike or foot. This is a corridor that has supposedly already been improved to help San Francisco reach Vision Zero, yet it is clear that Polk is still a street primarily built to serve the needs of people in cars first and foremost. The 19 is still stuck in traffic, bus stops blocked, and pedestrians and people on bikes constantly are in conflict with people in cars. These are fixable problems. It was a terrible tragedy, but it was not a surprise when Levisa and her boyfriend Danny were run over by a driver in the crosswalk at Polk and Hayes last May. That happened on a segment of Polk that had already been, quote, made safer with crosswalks, cameras, and painted bike lanes, and yet advocates kept highlighting that it was still dangerous in its design. Now that Levisa is dead and Danny gravely injured, SFMTA has found the will to go further, removing parking, improving the bike lane, and increasing buffers at the crosswalks. I hope we can now start making these types of changes before horrible crashes that take and change lives, since that is not working to help us reach Vision Zero. We have some of the best planners and traffic engineers in the country at SFMTA, and they should be empowered to make our streets safe no matter what it takes. I really hope this updated Vision Zero strategy does just that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. I just want to thank Jamie Parks, Ryan Reeves, and their team. Also, Walk SF for the leadership for getting community organizations, grassroots community organizations to provide meaningful feedback. Just want to highlight a couple of roads that aren't on the high entry network. So Anza Street in the Richmond district recently received painted bike lanes, but we're still seeing cars continually parked in them. And Anza is a key street because it's flat for folks going to school, going to getting their services met at Geary and Clement. Also want to bring up Fulton, which is in the high entry network, but won't see any treatment for a couple of years from AB 43. So yeah, Fulton continues to be a harrowing experience crossing into our crown jewel, Golden Gate Park. And then my colleague Parker Day had brought up Polk. Polk is a disgrace, quite frankly. I work downtown in the Civic Center area and sometimes go north via bicycle, and it's just, I want to avoid it. I wouldn't have my friend on it. I definitely wouldn't have my kids on it. It's a tragic. I'll leave it at that. With that being said, I am hopeful, especially with the quick build projects, and I thank everyone for their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Pilpel.
Yep. This may be it for me today. So the SFGovTV feed is still not working properly. I can't see the meeting live on their regular platform. For a while, I was getting captions, but not the right video. Then I was getting captions with a delayed video from earlier. Now they set up some kind of redirect to a YouTube video that doesn't have captions. It's problematic, and I think you should explore with the city attorney and SFGovTV what constitutes a disruption of the proceedings such that the public cannot watch in the way that is set up, and if you need to recess meetings pursuant to AB 361. On this particular item, I oppose the proposed action. I think you can spend an unlimited amount on education, engineering, and enforcement, and it won't stop someone from randomly stepping off a sidewalk and getting hit. Reasonable measures made part of design guidelines and responses to specific locations, sure, I'm with that. Spending, gobs of money on engineering and slowing everything down and blah, 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 that's never, in my view, going to eliminate deaths or injuries. I'm not with that. That takes away from the other things for transit and the other functions of the agency, and I don't think it makes sense. This is not a foreign country where people are nicer about things. This is a place where people do whatever they can get away with, and that includes speeding, that includes hurting people with vehicles and other things. That's why I oppose the proposed action. Thanks.
Thank you. Moderator, any additional callers on the line?
You have 1 question remaining.
Next speaker. Hello, speaker. It's kind of noisy in your background.
Thanks. Okay,
Hello?
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks, Chair Board. This is Luke Bornheimer, lead organizer with Kids Safe SF, Safe Streets Advocate. Just want to, echo a bunch of other statements that have already been made. Thank SFMTA staff, specifically Ryan and Michael, Jamie for their work, and especially thank Walk SF, and specifically Brian and Jody for their tireless work organizing the Vision Zero Coalition and organizing everyone around these changes. I also want to urge you to pass this this new strategy. I think, as you all know, we need to do drastically more to make our streets safer. We can and should and will achieve 0 deaths if we do the necessary work that needs to be done. And in addition to just being more bold, even bolder than this strategy already is, we need to remember that actually practicing and implementing the changes is necessary to get there. So just to provide one example where I worry we're seeing a quick build not implemented in a safer way is the South Van Ness quick build project right now, which has been updated but still includes a 15-foot wide center turning lane with nothing but paint. So basically South Van Ness will be just as dangerous for pedestrians crossing the street and anyone who decides to use a bike on the street. This is just one example. Parker and Dave Alexander provided other examples on Polk, where we actually need to implement safer streets, especially when there are few, very small handful of opponents who oppose anything that has to do with restricting the freedom of anyone to drive their car however they would like. So I urge staff and I urge you, the board, and all leaders at SFMTA to push for and implement the changes that are necessary and are proven to make streets safer, even when one person opposes it because it's not quite right, or maybe we should spend money a different way, or this isn't going to stop the random person from stepping off the sidewalk. Please don't listen to those people. We need safer streets, and we need to implement the necessary things that we know work from around the world. Road diets work. Holdouts work. Protected bike lanes work. They work everywhere. So please, staff, implement these changes. Leaders and board members, please support and encourage staff to do the necessary work and just implement the changes that need to be done rather than listen to that one nagging voice who wants to oppose it. Thank you again for all the staff's work. Thanks to Jody and Brian, and thanks to the board. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Moderator, are there additional calls in the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
So we'll close public comment, and the matters now before the board. Are there any other? Director Hinsey.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I think, conclude this discussion by, again, joining my colleagues in thanking our staff, Ms. Reeves, Mr. McGuire, and Director Parks for their tireless work, and the advocates for really pushing us and pushing the staff to really think boldly. And I think we have a bold proposal, and that's a good first step to getting to 0. I would also say that a lot of the public called in today, and I think we all have a role to play in Vision Zero, right? Whether it's educating somebody, whether it's engaging it with staff in designing creatively around the street that you live on, etc. Whether it's helping to maintain a slow street with a community group. We have a lot more tools in our toolbox, and we encourage the staff to use all of the tools that you can and that we have within our authority, and really report to the board if you need anything or if you feel that you're being held back in any way. So we all have a role to play in getting to 0 if we want to by 2024, which is, I think, a goal that we all on this board hold, and the advocates hold that, because we need this city to be one in which we can get around with any mode of transportation that works best for anyone in the city. With that, colleagues, there is a resolution of support before us, and I would make a standing motion at any time for us to approve that resolution.
Great. Is there a second? Great. Secretary Silva, can you please call the roll?
On that motion, Chair Borden?
Aye.
Borden, aye. Vice Chair Eakin?
Aye.
Eakin, aye. Director Heminger?
Aye.
Heminger, aye. Director Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Director Lai?
Aye.
Lai, aye. Director Yukutiel?
Aye.
Yukutiel, aye. Thank you. The motion passes.
Great. Can you call our next item then?
Item number 12, presentation and discussion regarding Transportation 2050 and the 2022 Muni Reliability and Street Safety Improvement General Obligation Bond.
Great. And we have Mr. Viewers with us to present.
Clearly,
I know
there's not a sun at my desk.
And we're not going to go through 50 full slides, right?
You will see me go at warp speed, aka Star Trek 3. Good afternoon, Chair Borden, board members, Jonathan Brewers, Acting Chief Financial Officer. So I am going to give a very quick presentation on our first funding measure from T2050, the 2022 Muni Reliability and Street Safety Improvement Bond. Hopefully you can all see the presentation.
We can.
Just what I do want to make clear to both the board and the public is what I'm going to be presenting today is refresh. So I'm going to be going very quickly on information that we've already presented, but I do want to connect the dots. And also answer a number of questions that we've received and feedback in the development of the bond. Just to update the board, we have already done 52 different engagements and meetings on Transportation 2050. We have 15 upcoming scheduled, and we reached out to over 100 different community and neighborhood groups across San Francisco to connect the dots for everybody. In January, we actually introduced Transportation 2050 and presented the board in the board workshop of kind of the baseline of where we were, both needs on the operating side and on the capital side, so our need for state of good repair. We got feedback from you at the workshop to do further outreach, kind of get a sense of prioritization from the public. And throughout the summer, we gave you the elements of that. So first was the community survey that I'm going to cover really quick that was presented to the board and is public on sfmta.com in June. In July, we brought forward our annual State of Good Repair report to give you a sense of the condition of the transportation system here in San Francisco. And then in August, we came with the needs in our 20-year capital plan. The final capital plan will be coming to the board later this month. And we launched Transportation 2050, which is really what will it take to get to that visionary transportation system we all want. So now we have our first initiative, which is the 2022 Muni Reliability and Street Safety Improvement Bond. This will be the first, so answer question one, this will be the first in a number of initiatives that the MTA will take on to bring in revenues to the agency and invest in the transportation system. So I'm going to go quick. I'm not going to cover Transportation 2050 again, but it includes a series of prior planning and outreach measures that the agency and the city has taken on for well over a decade. What we did a community survey in spring of 2021. Again, if the public's interested, it's all on sfmta.com. Focus was equity, one of the highest areas of priority, fast and convenient transit. And this is data that we've seen for well over 5 years. Quick and reliable service and reducing crowding in our muni service has always been a priority, continues to be a high priority for San Franciscans. Again, the surprise to us is one of the highest levels of priority, and again, these were the categories that we presented at the board workshop. The public really wants us to invest in the underlying system and the state of good repair of the system, and then ensure that that system is safe and accessible to all San Franciscans. And I always like to stress that accessibility not only means physical accessibility, but it also means that the agency provides access to jobs, education, and healthcare, and that can also be through service. So again, the conclusion from that data is that the people of San Francisco really do want us to focus first on making the transportation system work, especially as we come out of the pandemic and we will see more and more riders and more people out in our streets. So to give people a general sense of where we are with that, we did present that our condition score is at a 3.07. So again, state of good repair is about 2.5 across the system, but 25% of our assets are beyond their useful life. Again, the highest areas of assets for the agency, believe it or not, are facilities and our transit stations. These reflect the scores over time. You'll see the areas of red are the areas that we have the greatest concern. So again, facilities, our parking and traffic infrastructure largely, and that includes our parking garages and our traffic signal infrastructure. Other systems and vehicles are largely our non-revenue fleet. You will see that is now at a score of 2.42. But again, we want to focus on those areas of the lowest scores. We're starting a condition assessment on our stations right now. Then we want to talk about the backlog. So beyond just the condition score, what are the things in the backlog? And again, you see those areas of red also tend to be the areas where we have the largest backlog. So our parking and traffic infrastructure at $1 billion and facilities nearly at $900 million. This reflects the agency's priority to invest in the reliability of the system over time, and I'll talk about the prior bond, and front-facing service infrastructure. So that was replacing the entire Muni fleet, and that was investing in large rail projects and investing in Muni Forward. But now what we're getting is it's time for us to invest in that underlying core infrastructure. You'll see again over time that the backlog has steadily been increasing. Our condition score has been decreasing. And all of this is important as we think about Transportation 2050, that it's not only the component of, again, raising that gold line to increase revenues to the agency and to San Francisco's transportation system, but make strategic capital investments to reduce the cost of expenditure. So capital investments do, again, should over time help us reduce our long-term expenditure costs. So informed by Connect SF and all of that work we had done prior, again, this is all on sfmta.com, we did come forward with Transportation 2050, which takes all the information and planning work that we did in Connect SF, takes the financially unconstrained needs, and then constrains it against revenues that are typically in our 5-year capital improvement program to give a sense of what it will take over the next 30 years, and in the short term, 10 years, what it will take to get to the vision we want for our system. The programmatic areas, I'm going to go quick again, are fast and convenient transit, more repairs and maintenance, and improving safety and access with more specific initiatives. With that, the overall funding gap was 43%, $47.8 billion. That again is capital and operating over a 30-year period. On average, that's $1.6 billion a year, split on capital at $674 million, average annual gap, and on the operating side, $921 million a year by year 2015. When we look strictly at the capital side of things, that gap is $20.2 billion over the 30-year period. And so you'll see, this is important, that the gap percentage went up. So 57% gap in our ability to fund the critical capital infrastructure that we have within the agency. You'll see even in the 10-year window, that percentage goes even higher to a 59% funding gap in the things that we need to invest in over the next 10 years. One of the questions that we got consistently is, what did we do with the last transportation bond? Kind of what's the status as we move to ask the voters in the late spring and summer to approve our next general obligation bond? So really quickly, the prior transportation bond, the 2014 transportation and road improvement general obligation bond, had 2 key focuses to it: improved transit and safer streets. Largely that investment was heavy investment in street and reliability improvements through our Muni Forward program, really to get the red lanes out there and do the signal priority projects on a number of lines and corridors across San Francisco, really creating that rapid network that we had discussed in the transit effectiveness project. We were just kicking off and getting into Vision Zero at that time. So again, key component was building out the bicycle network and again, focusing on the big civil projects that we could not complete through quick build. So I think one of the lessons learned was it took us a lot of time to get some of the bigger civil projects completed, like on Polk Street, 2nd Street, Masonic, over this period of time. And the agency's response was to develop a quick build program to really get those safety improvements out there a lot more quickly. This plays out the various programs. Again, lessons learned from the prior bond. We had too many programs and we had too many individual projects. And that made kind of managing the bond day to day and what projects to get funded and not funded really difficult for the agency. So with each issuance, we actually reduced the number of projects we were putting in the bond dollars on, and we actually focused more on projects that were ready for construction to speed up our ability to spend down the bond funds. Current status, the first issuance is nearly spent, 98% spent. Second issuance at 87%. We issued the third issuance last summer, and we just completed the issuance of the fourth issuance this summer. For just a few projects. One of those the board recently approved, which was the second phase of the El Terabel project. So that was 56 projects, a lot of projects. 31 of them are already open for use for the public. But another question that we've gotten is, MTA, you need to work on your project delivery. And the prior GEO bond program from 2014 really did force the agency to take a hard look at some of what I like to call the legacy projects, how they developed, how we delivered them, the processes we used. And the agency has gone through a significant internal review process that we have been implementing since 2016. So we completed a project delivery framework and did a full assessment across all delivery portions of the MTA, from transit, fleet, to technology, to streets, and civil and major transit projects. We established a project management office to focus on constant improvement and consistent procedures across the organization, really looking at phasing and cost estimating and timing. So again, we have implemented a philosophy of constant improvement through lessons learned on prior projects. So some example is, we went through all of our delivery phases, and you'll see here that we clearly mapped out the steps, roadblocks, things that worked, things that didn't, who was responsible for each step, consistent deliverables that are required for each phase of project delivery. We also focused on cost, developing an internal standard cost estimating template that required us to really show what hard costs were. So not just a construction contract estimate, but what are the hard cost estimates that are a part of that? And then also on soft and other costs, we looked at prior contracts, completed projects, and we laid out percentages and requirements so project managers could easily get a sense of what the cost of delivery would be. We also included other elements where we had been weak in the past or underestimated, such as transit support, bus substitution, and construction mitigation when we're working on commercial corridors and with businesses. So the results, kind of the new generation of projects, so we can talk about the legacy projects, but the projects that we've seen develop and be delivered post this period of time, we've actually seen success. And we've seen these projects more on time, more on schedule, more on budget. So an example would be the El Taravel that was funded through the bond. The recent project 22 Fillmore, so we're moving forward with the second phase of that project right now. 28 19th Avenue is another curb-to-curb project where we are making significant improvements and partnering with Caltrans. 7th and 8th Street, so again, major street improvements, major Vision Zero improvements along this corridor. And then investing in safer streets across San Francisco on 15 high-injury corridors, really focusing on signal improvements and civil improvements at numerous intersections. The Gary Street project is an example that was recently completed where we did significant pedestrian improvements using the general obligation bond. So through the 2014 bond, we really did focus on safety and reliability. So now we kind of want to pivot based on what we're getting from the public and what the system needs to really that core infrastructure. So that's the 2022 Community Reliability and Street Safety Improvement Bond. Again, we want to focus on improvement, continued focus on reliability and safety, but I think the core and the crux is that this bond should really focus on making the system work and really investing in areas where it's been difficult for the agency to put money into, or we just haven't made it a policy focus. So again, consistent with Transportation 2050, these are the elements of the bond. I'm not going to go into them into detail. The programs are laid out here to detail, but just really quickly, $250 million to repair, upgrade, and maintain our facilities and equipment. So we all know that facilities is one of the areas that's hardest for the agency to fund. We have 2 yards within the muni system that are over 100 years old. We've got a brand new fleet, but we need to have the fixed asset to be able to properly maintain them. So this is a critical investment we need to make. We do want to continue to make muni network system improvements, so continue on the success of the larger amount of investment from the 2014 bond. There are a number of significant projects that the agency is really ready to implement along other corridors to again improve the speed and reliability of the transit system. We all know about the need to invest in our $400 million train control system. Again, that's not only focusing on state of good repair, which is necessary with the system and its replacement, but also providing opportunities for greater reliability in the Market Street subway and expanding train control to the surface. We need significant investment in our traffic signals and street crossing improvement. So the 2014 bond allowed us to invest in our 1,200 intersections across the city really moving forward, audible pedestrian signals and pedestrian countdown signals, an important component of Vision Zero. We do want to continue these signal improvements in major areas of the city. On-street improvements, so again, where we have areas on the Pine Tree network or major corridors that are, again, large civil construction projects, we want the ability to invest in those using this speed management and kind of specifically what you just heard in the Vision Zero presentation. So what is the process by which we would have that $5 million a year to invest and get to the entire Pine Tree network? The recommendation is that this component of the bond be available to support advancing that. Here's a summary for you. It's up to $400 million. Another question is why $400 million? The prior bond was $500 million. A couple reasons for that. One, the city, and another question is the MTA does not pay for the debt financing related to this bond. It is a city general obligation bond and is paid for by the city general fund. It is part of the city's 10-year capital plan. And so through the capital planning committee and the board of supervisors and the mayor, our bond is actually happening 2 years earlier. We were supposed to wait 10 years, but we're only going to wait 8. So taking money a little bit earlier loses you a little bit of it because of the way debt financing works. Secondarily, the recovery bond advanced on the ballot last year. And so part of the capacity that was available in the city's general obligation bond program was used for that recovery bond, which was very important in kind of spurring economic growth and really investing in capital projects that were important to San Francisco, especially post-pandemic. This again is one of many sources. So again, we are pursuing many different options. This is the first of many initiatives out of Transportation 2050. So this is the general obligation bond. Again, over the 10-year period, we assume about $40 million for capital, but we continue to work on the transportation special tax, changes to the San Francisco parking tax, aggressively pursuing federal and state grants, and working on development opportunities on SFMT's properties. So this is kind of where we are, Transportation 2050 wise. So in June 2022, we'd like to advance this $400 million general obligation bond. At the same time, the San Francisco County Transportation Authority is working on the reauthorization of San Francisco's half-cent sales tax. So that will generate $2.3 billion over 30 years. The SFMTA is the biggest recipient of the transportation sales tax. They are developing their expenditure plan right now. So that is anticipated to go on the ballot in June of 2022. That also is not a tax increase. And we are working shortly after that to advance a transportation special tax that will be for operations and maintenance. So because we're advancing a general obligation bond now and we're focusing on capital, it does not mean that we are not heavily focused on implementing an operating revenue source. So we are working on that right now, and there will be further information about that probably around the board workshop, if not a little bit after. We also, as noted here on the slide, are aggressively pursuing federal and state grants. Hopefully the infrastructure bill will finally be approved by the House of Representatives and signed by President Biden. We are ready to advance and apply for many of the programs within that. And then we are working on a number of development opportunities on SFMTA properties, which we do think will add positive revenues to the agency and help us put those dollars really to the transit system here in San Francisco. So I went very fast. Happy to take any questions. The next steps will be for the MTA board to take final action and recommend that the Board of Supervisors move forward with the proposal.
Thank you for that. Very impressive, just because of the number of slides. Director Hinsey had a question, it appears.
I did, thank you, Chair. Very impressive with the, with the proposal, and I think it's sound. I did notice that there was there was a big difference in the amount of money going in the, I'll call it traffic and traffic safety category versus the making Muni work better. And both of those are, equally important. We do run a transit system and we need to do all we can to make sure it goes and is reliable and is the best it can be. But I was just curious, given the topic of our last hearing, are there maybe other funds that we can invest into the traffic safety category of things that we maybe can't for the facilities kind of make transit go kind of category that necessitated that the geo bond have an emphasis in those kind of facilities, good repair for muni categories?
Thank you very much for that question. That tees it up really well. So in many cases, city departments are highly reliant on the general fund to fund almost their entire capital program. The MTA does not, right? The SFMTA board will consider a 5-year CIP somewhere between 2.6 billion and 3 billion for the next 5 years. And 1 year of our capital funding is typically around the $300 to $400 million level. This is one of 30 to 60 sources. So any source we get, general obligation bonds being one of them, we use strategically. So on the street side of things, as an example, Proposition D, which was the last ballot initiative for transportation funding, 50% of that is going to street safety. Like that was the priority then, and we really advanced that. And we were kind of in front on advancing the critical elements that went into that. And through the state and federal government, there will be significant grants and other sources that we can tap into to fund projects of that type. The projects where we can't use our federal formula funds, there are no grants available from the state or federal government, we are more likely to recommend have higher levels of general obligation bond investment because we have no one else to ask for the money to be able to advance those projects. So exactly correct. So there are many more opportunities for street-related projects, and we will be very aggressive in that area and have been, and actually very successful over the past year. A lot of the projects and programs recommended in the GEO bond are the things where we have the hardest time looking to other sources.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Heminger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Jonathan, your last slide surprised me about the timetable for taking various measures to the voters, because I thought we were sort of hell-bent for leather to get something on the ballot next year for operations. And you're showing it in some future period, presumably the presidential election, I guess. So does that reflect a change in thinking? When did that happen?
So I would say it doesn't reflect a change in thinking. I would think that future would mean the next election. So I think the current thinking is that the focus for the June election will largely be capital, and that the November 22 election makes more sense for an operating type ask or need. So future just means, I think I said it, next future election. So the next San Francisco citywide election would be a couple months after that in November.
So that's just based on turnout? Is that the idea?
I think there are a number of elements, like you don't want to crowd the ballot with too much stuff. So that's one element. Second, the general obligation bond doesn't reflect an increase in San Francisco property taxes. The sales tax reauthorization doesn't reflect an increase in sales taxes. So I think kind of first out to get approval from the voters and support, there's some logic in making that decision. And then we kind of need we were waiting on the federal relief. The MTA board needs to adopt a budget so we understand what problem we're really solving for. So I think all of those were elements of the conversation that kind of lead to this recommendation.
Well, what you've been forecasting to us, Jonathan, as I recall, is that we could sort of limp into 2023 with the federal money, and then we sort of fall off the cliff.
Yeah, we will come back with our essential baseline recommendations. Like they're still moving, and we're reviewing it very closely with the controller's office and working towards alignment. use of the reserves will buy us 18 months, in addition to the federal relief that we received. We did, if people did hear, we really advocated with MTC and got a $29 million bump from what we had expected. So that was good news, and that will buy us more runway. The other logic around a November initiative is once it passes, we need to essentially raise revenue for 1 year, which then makes it a fiscal year 24 solution. So that was also part of the calculus. We need a year to raise revenue. A large part of our problem outside of the use of the MTA reserve is in fiscal year 24, as you noted. So that's really the target that we're working to solve.
Okay. The second subject is really more a comment than a question. And what I've been hearing generally when I raise this subject is, wait till after the pandemic. And I'm just wondering when that response is going to lose some of its appeal. The question is for me, I mean, when I look at our backlog, a big chunk of that backlog are the parking facilities. And I still don't see why we're not trying to unload that backlog on somebody else, and either sell them the air rights or sell them the whole damn thing, and try to deal with that backlog in a little bit more creative way than just trying to raise everybody's taxes all the time. So can we get some kind of analysis of that? I don't know when, but all we do is just keep showing the same number over and over again, and it'd be good to come up with a couple of options for solutions.
I think what we can do is we're planning an update to PAG this month, if not next month. So part of that last bullet on my last slide about development opportunities on properties do include the parking garages and move in the direction that you just mentioned. So we can brief you and also do kind of a more overarching presentation to PAG in the coming month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members before we move on to the public? Seeing none, we'll open up to public comment. That's for members of the public who wish to provide comments on an item number 12, which is the discussion regarding our 2050 transportation plan and the general obligation bond. Moderator, are there any callers on the line?
You have one question remaining.
First speaker.
Hello again, Chair Borden, SFMTA directors, and Director Tumlin. This is Jody Medeiros, Walk San Francisco's Executive Director. As much as I want to keep today's meeting completely celebratory in recognition of the Vision Zero action strategy, I want to also say that now is not the time to fully fund it, and it's a time to double down on funding safety improvements. This is why it's really strange to see the bond lower than the 2014 bond for Safe Streets. And today's allocation proposal decreases funding for Safe Streets and traffic signals by over $50 million. As I understand the estimated full cost of Vision Zero improvements committed by the SFMTA, there's an approximately $150 million gap between the identified funding and fully funding these improvements. So if the agency doesn't want to put forward a GO bond plan that allocates a greater portion of the bond towards Safe Streets, we at WACA San Francisco are asking that the SFMTA board direct staff to lay out a plan to fill this $150 million gap before the bond goes to the voters, because we really need a clear path to funding Safe Streets. We know that setting a Vision Zero action plan without a necessary funding is a recipe for unmet promises and pure frustration. So we're really asking today for your help to avoid this. And also, this is a way for us to realize our city's policy of eliminating traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator, are there additional calls on the line?
You have one question remaining.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, hi, this is Barry, Toronto. I first want to say, without having the closed captions, it makes it very difficult to follow this meeting and the supervisors meeting. But first, I want to mention that this obligation bond, I definitely am going to oppose it, and unless you include some relief, debt relief for the purchase medallion holders. in part of this bond. I think if you include that, you might have a better chance of getting this passing by getting the empathy of those people who feel that the city turned its back on those people by not doing a better job of regulating the TNCs when you have the opportunity back in 2011 or 2012 before the PUC got a hold of it, the state PUC. So I'd appreciate it that you consider putting some debt relief as part of this pretty extravagant bond measure, which I think it's important to include money for more traffic control and traffic calming devices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moderator, are there additional callers in the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
So with that, public comment is closed. I know that those of us in PAG have already heard this item. Are there any additional questions among board members? Dr. Heminger.
Yeah, I apologize, Madam Chair, but
Oh, no.
I'm responding to testimony. Is there a way, Jonathan, that what we could be presented on this bond, and frankly, not just on the bond, but on a series of other policy matters, it seems to me, is instead of giving us a proposal, give us some options and let us see what those options do to each other. And Walk SF, I think, was raising the question, gee, our allocation's too low, ours ought to be higher. Well, obviously, that's going to reduce somebody else's. But if you do all that thinking and sort of tie it up in a box with a bow, we don't see those trade-offs. And I think it'd be helpful if we had a couple of options on that before we sign on the dotted line. Is that possible?
I think during the Vision Zero presentation and I think Jody's comments, we will definitely do exactly what you said during the 5-year CIP process when the board looks at the entire thing. So what we will lay out to you, not because the bond again is one source, is here's all the funding that is designated to the things it needs to be designated at, meaning we don't have the power, you don't have the power to shift the dollars around largely. Here's the chunk of money that's available for board related priorities. It's what we call discretionary, meaning you could put it on a street project or a transit project. It's a limited dollar amount where we have that flexibility, but it exists. And I think at that point,
well, and it exists entirely with the bond, right? I mean, short of operating expenditures, we can spend the bond on any kind of capital we want, right?
Yes, but there are other things we can do as we work with the Sales Tax Authority and the TA. Like we could be, I've asked them to come and present to you on the work that they're doing through the Expenditure Plan Advisory Committee. That's not done. We can certainly push that a greater percentage of the sales tax go to projects of this type. I think, if the board directs Jeff and I to do that, we will absolutely make a full case to the Transportation Authority that a larger chunk of the new sales tax should go to projects of this type. So there are numerous other sources beyond operating and the bond, a revenue bond or a future revenue bond that we could include in the CIP would also be another source where this board has complete discretion over how we use the dollars. So there are definite sources, and I do agree that like we do full funding plans for major capital programs on the transit side, we should do something like that related to getting to Vision Zero, so the board can see the various options and actions that we can take to fully fund that initiative.
Well, especially if the bond is going to be one of the last funding opportunities we have before 2024, when we're trying to achieve the goal that we've set out for ourselves.
It is. So time-wise, where this gets difficult is this is planned to go to the city's capital planning committee a week from next Monday based on the schedule, and then it goes to you for final adoption the day after. Because we need to get into the hopper. We have until February to get final adoption to make the June ballot. And we have to go through Board of Supervisors hearings and full Board of Supervisors, and with the Thanksgiving to end of year holidays and committee dates, it really only gives us a little bit of flexibility in January to get this done. So this is a very tight schedule. I'm not saying we can't make adjustments. Part of the reason of having this meeting with the board was for you to kind of hear it out, hear what you're hearing. And if you want us to make adjustments between those line items, we certainly can. You are correct, Director Heminger, that will reduce one thing to do another, but we did want to hear from this board kind of prior to just sticking it to you for approval. If you would like us.
Well, let me just speak for myself. I don't like being stuck. So I do think it would be helpful, even if you have to squeeze it into the timetable, for us to see a couple of options so that we're not regretting something next year, that we've got a whole bunch of constituencies who don't think they're being fairly treated and they don't campaign for the measure, and then we all lose. So I hope we can make some room for that in your timetable.
We can look at the schedule to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. So with that, that concludes this item, and we can move on to our next item.
Directors, that places you on item number 13, discussion and vote pursuant to Admin Code Section 67.10D as to whether to invoke the attorney-client privilege and conduct a closed session conference with legal counsel.
Great. Do we have a motion?
I'll motion to invoke closed session.
Second.
Please.
If I may, Chair, I believe you need to take public comment on this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Is there other members of the public who would like to comment?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment and we will take a vote. Secretary Silva, can you please call the roll?
Yes, on that motion, Chair Borden.
Aye.
Borden, aye. Vice Chair Eakin.
Aye.
Eakin, aye. Director Heminger.
Aye.
Heminger, aye. Director Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Director Lai.
Aye.
Lai, aye. Director Yukutiel.
Aye.
Yukutiel, aye. The motion passes. The board will now go into closed session. Board members, if you could please click on the closed session meeting invite. Thank you.
SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television. SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television. SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television.
we fight fires in this state. We have to solve the water problem in the state of California. And what you're seeing right here is how it's going to get done. So congratulations to every one of you who's been involved in this, because it's about much more than a brewery coming up with a cool water system. It really is the solution that we need to a massive problem in the state and in the United States. So I also get to introduce someone who's in one of the, I think in industry you don't see a lot of what I would call alchemy and cool creativity, but being a brewmaster at a major brewery to me is like being an alchemist. You're literally taking stuff and turning it into gold that we drink. Tom has been with Anchor for 37 years. He's been the brewmaster for about 2 years. He's from the Potrero Hill area, a true local and a master at his craft. And so he's going to get to talk to us about what this means for his magic making in the tanks.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you for that statement. That was very powerful. Today is an incredible milestone for our team at Anchor Brewing as we celebrate our commitment to our hometown of San Francisco through this initiative with the San Francisco PUC and Cambrian Innovation. Anchor Brewing turned 125 this year, which is an incredible milestone in craft beer. And as we look ahead to our next 125 years, we couldn't be more proud to partner with organizations that allow our brewery to reduce our water usage and overall carbon footprint. As Edward said, I'm born and raised in San Francisco. I grew up in this neighborhood on Potrero Hill, and I have been with Anchor for 37 years.
So we issued a citation to this business as well for those 2 violations. I want to mention that we've heard from a neighbor that this business plays music until about 6 o'clock in the morning, which is a disruption for the neighbors. In fact, just yesterday I got an email at 3 a.m. saying the music is blasting again. So I issued the citation today, and I informed the business owner that he needs to adhere to the sound limit all the time, even when pre-recorded music is playing. And I also let him know that if we continue to find them out of compliance, it could result in further enforcement action, such as coming back before the commission to recondition their LLP permit or potentially suspending the permit. So those are my updates for you this evening. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I see that SVN West is on the attracting attention again for their rooftop parties. Anything to say about that?
There was an event that they had. So all of those complaints were specific to one event that they had. And it was they obtained both an indoor and outdoor permit for the event. However, we did not set a sound limit in advance of their event. And so in conversation with management, we let them know that prior to any future permits that we issue, we will be coming out to set a sound limit, measuring, especially from the rooftop that they have, measuring the closest sensitive receptor to ensure that they're following a sound limit.
Yeah, because I remember like pre-COVID, we were getting a lot of complaints from their rooftop stuff, and there are now even more residential people within easy earshot of that rooftop. So I'm concerned that the complaints will continue to go up unless they really keep a lid on what they're doing out there.
So they, just to confirm, Caitlin, they only received, to your knowledge, and Dylan may recall too, they only received a jam for that one day for the outside?
I can confirm, yes.
Okay. So just a heads up that anything in future for this premises, if they were wanting to have outdoor events more regularly, would need to opt for some other permit option, or would likely fall under that one-time umbrella of needing to come to the commission for certain conditioning, right, for oversight. Mm-hmm. And so this is one of those things that we've learned so much. I just want to like interject this. In the last year and a half around outdoor sound, we used to always, permit everybody with 1060.16, which said that you could not exceed ambient at 250 feet. In reality, that does not work in a dense city unless you don't have any neighbors around you. So that's one of those locations where we would hope to be able to do our legwork now and offer up really appropriate conditions for your consideration in the future.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I feel like that the 10 South Van Ness, like both it's as I recall, it's a like rental venue that they rent out for different events, which often seems to lead to inconsistent, let's just say, sound management, as well as being a rooftop in an area with increasing residential buildings. Like, I think they're surrounded by construction at this point. And that just seems like kind of a recipe for conflict. Yeah, just something to keep an eye on with future permit applications.
Absolutely. Thank you for flagging that for us. We will.
More questions, anyone? All right, is there any public comment on this agenda item?
Just flash the screen for a few seconds. And I'm checking, and there's none.
All right, we will move along then.
President Blyman, you're muted.
That's not good. We will close that agenda item and we'll move on to the next one, which is number 5, which is an update on our shared spaces program from Robin Abad.
Any idea on timing, Dylan? Do you think we need to?
President Blyman, it's Maggie, do you want me to move forward with explaining this?
He's aware.
Okay, so Robin and his co-presenter Monica are not on Zoom yet. They said 6 o'clock would be the earliest. So if you would like to switch the agenda items and make a motion.
We have to just make a motion, President Blyman, to likely just bring Ben Van Houten's item up ahead of.
Got it. So can somebody motion, or does anybody want a motion to do item number 7 ahead of, oh wait, I'm sorry, let me get my facts straight here. Item number 6 ahead of item number 5.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on that switch?
There is none.
All right, then we can vote.
Okay, President Blyman.
Aye.
Vice President Camino.
Aye.
Commissioner Falzon. You're muted.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Wang.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. We get to have Ben Van Houten first.
I'm going to bring in Ben Van Houten.
Yeah, so this is technically item number 6, which is a report from Ben Van Houten on nightlife assistance.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sorry, should I get started? I think I missed the whatever illustrious intro happened this time while I was being promoted to panelist. But nonetheless, hello everyone. Ben Van Houten from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development with another nightlife business assistance update. Let me share this screen here. Great, can you see this?
Yep.
Awesome. Just a couple of items to highlight this month. First off, on the state front, the California Venues Grant Program, which I discussed in some previous updates. This is a state grant program that in many respects is similar to the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program at the federal level. This is for independent venues and promoters within the state of California. This is a $150 million program that was a part of the state budget earlier this year. That grant program is now open for applications and open through November 19th, 2021. interested venues and promoters should check out the website that I've listed there for the program. Hopefully, because the requirements are so similar to the federal grant program, there's not going to be a ton of additional paperwork or other sorts of additional work to do, but really want to make sure that venues get into access this state money as well. And NEVA California, the California chapter of the National Independent Venue Association, is going to be hosting a series of webinars around the Venues Grant Program. So encouraging folks to check out those webinars and get into the California grant program. Additionally, the governor signed 2 of the pieces of state legislation that I've discussed at some of the past presentations. SB 314, extending the temporary ABC premises expansions for outdoor alcohol service, and SB 389, extending takeout cocktail service for restaurants. On the local front, the headline is local, but there's a federal employee retention tax credit that was created under the CARES Act. And that I think a number of folks in San Francisco have found that there's a need to get more information out to support local businesses in accessing this credit. Tip of the hat to the Small Business Commission for all of their advocacy on this front. The ERTC is a tax credit that can provide businesses up to $33,000 per employee to keep employees on payroll. It can be used retroactively against past quarters during the period March 13th of 2020 through the end of December this year. I will say that my understanding is that the process to claim this tax credit can be complex, and that businesses really are encouraged to go to their CPA for assistance in navigating this process. But we also have a resource page that answers a number of questions and provides a number of different links to external assistance and support for businesses. So really encouraging folks to check out that page and access this tax credit. Additionally, the Storefront Vandalism Relief Grant is another grant program that is available right now, providing up to $2,000 for small businesses to repair physical damages to their storefronts due to vandalism. And people can apply right now. Additionally, you may have seen the announcement yesterday about the launch of the First Year Free program, which is really exciting. It's a new citywide pilot program that waives first-year permit, license, and business registration fees for new small businesses. There's more information at that link, but really an exciting a bit of financial relief for people starting new businesses, new business locations. And my understanding is that when a new business registers or adds a new business location through the Office of the Treasurer and Tax Collector, they're going to get asked a series of questions to determine if they qualify for First Year Free. So really a smooth operation to enroll them immediately in this program if they do qualify during this pilot program. And finally, the Venue Fund can now accept online donations, and I've got the link there. And it's click the link, click Donate Now, and then check Yes for the Music and Entertainment Venue Recovery Fund. This is our local fund that has already provided grants to 70 different businesses in San Francisco. As I think Maggie had reported at a previous hearing, there's going to be a second round of grants under the Venue Fund, likely in January of next year. So the donations that come into the fund through the end of the year are going to go into that pot for a second round of grants to all of the eligible venues. Of course, we'll have more information about that second round of granting at a future hearing when that comes up. But really excited that the Venue Fund can now accept online donations and hoping to get the word out along with our venue partners about that opportunity. And with that, that's all on my end right now, but happy to answer any questions or offer any additional thoughts on any of that or anything else.
Questions? Ben, other than visiting us here, how are we doing outreach to venues? How's your office connecting with different venues on these items?
Sure. So there's broad and narrow outreach. There's making sure that all of the city newsletters and relevant city social media teams are aware of this information, whether that's through the Entertainment Commission channels, which are a great way to access that targeted set of venues. It's through a broader distribution through the Office of Small Business and through OEWD channels as well, which again are a broader set of businesses, but still another way of capturing folks. Even getting a second or third eyeball on some of these resources, and then working directly with the venue stakeholders to make sure that they are aware of this as well. So that one of the silver linings of the pandemic has been increased organization in the venue community and being able to that they are more connected to each other. And that provides us more opportunity to distribute materials more broadly to all of them, which is great. And I think, doing all of that and hopefully with all of you assisting as well, with a lot of this stuff. I mean, people since last March, people have had, I think, a deluge of information from every level of government about different resources, different programs and things. So it can be, I'm sure it is exhausting to be on the receiving end of all that stuff sometimes, but it's really helpful to get information out as many different ways as possible, as many different times as possible, just in the hopes that people will be able to understand how it's relevant to them and then act on it in the on a relevant timeline.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Van Houten. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
Pardon me. I am checking, and there is none.
All right, we'll close public comment. Thank you very much for joining us. We will move along. Are we ready yet for Robin, or do we need to do another?
Yes, he is in the waiting room with Monica Munwich. Sorry if I'm saying that name wrong, and I'm going to bring them both in.
All right, so this is now agenda item number 5, which has become number 6 for the official record.
All right, give me a few seconds. Okay. Okay, Robin Abad should be joining us, and then Monica should be joining us momentarily. All right. We have Robin Abad and Monica. Whenever you're ready to speak, you can unmute yourself.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. President Blyman, thank you for taking agenda items out of order. Appreciate that. Gave me a little bit more buffer to end family time and get to the commission hearing. So I'm Robin Abad, the program director for the City Shared Spaces program, joined by our Deputy Program Director, Monica Munowich, the MTA. We have a brief set of presentation slides to update the commission on the current state of things with shared spaces. So I will go ahead and share screen. Bear with me one moment. Commissioners, are you able to see the power or the PDF presentation? Okay, great. Thank you for the thumbs up, Commissioner Thomas. So just
Robin, before you begin, I'm so sorry. Dylan, can you make sure to bring Ben back in? It looks like he fell off the hearing and he's now an attendee.
Oh, absolutely. I will do that right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Weiland. Yeah, Ben is very much part of the Shared Spaces team and has been advising us a lot over the last year on ABC related issues, a lot of the entertainment issues, and we're going to talk about some grant stuff as well that we've been working with his
Sorry,
office
I
on.
actually meant President Blyman. I should have said his formal moniker. Yeah,
Back.
Ben Van Houten is gone.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm back.
All
Okay,
right, yeah.
we missed you.
We do need our commission president for sure for this hearing. Okay. Are we all set to go, Maggie? Is that good? All right. So we'll talk about, thanks. Just quick recap. We'll go through all of this material fairly quickly. A lot of this is material that you've all already seen, commissioners. Some of the key topics will be the timeline for transitioning into this program that the Board of Supervisors legislated earlier this summer, and then also grant opportunities that we're setting up. So I'll talk through sort of bullets 1 and 2. Monica will talk about bullets 3 and 4, and then I'll close with 5 and 6. So as we know, shared spaces occur in many different parts of the outdoors and the public realm. There are many different agencies and jurisdictions that are involved in helping small businesses and neighborhood groups bring activity out of doors. We have a very robust history of doing this kind of public space activation safely and accessibly. And we've adapted a lot of those, experiments in some cases, like the Parkwood program, which had been going on for 10 years, was easily adaptable to the demands of the COVID era. And so with the legislation that the Board of Supervisors passed earlier this year, a lot of these public space activation strategies are available for both, non-commercial or community kind of uses, as well as commercial and, business activities designed to help everyone recover. So I just wanted to touch on, this is the simple version of the graphic, believe it or not, and it's been updated since we've presented it last. I should just step back by saying that we all know that economic recovery is, we know it's going to be an ongoing, and it continues to be an ongoing project, and it requires us to be continually flexible as a city program. So, a lot of these kind of deadlines and targets have shifted around as we have gotten further and further into recovery and understand better and better what it's really going to take to help make sure that everyone's stable and remains in place as small businesses in our neighborhoods. So some key provisions here, we'll kind of start from the top down. The Board of Supervisors legislated for parklets a fee waiver through the end of calendar year 2022 for fees to start being assessed and collected as part of the Unified License Bill in March 2023, which is typically when all small businesses receive their ULB or their Unified License Bill. So while the legislation was specific about permit fees, fee waivers or suspensions going for parklets going through 2022, it wasn't explicit about other types of shared spaces permits. So, there's, for example, activation of parcels, surface parking lots, or other private open spaces on parcel. Quite a number of neighborhood groups and merchants associations have been banding together to temporarily close streets for 2 or 3 days a week. Some good examples of that in neighborhoods all around the city. Parcel permit fees, private lot permit fees, as well as roadway permit fees are also being suspended through, commensurate with the fee waiver established for parklets through legislation. The Board of Supervisors, moving to kind of the next set of arrows on our diagram here, the Board of Supervisors also essentially extended the possibility for the pandemic version of the program to exist through the end of this fiscal year, through June 2022. So that means that more kind of, you might say, relaxed rules and procedures and regulations that we have for things like parklets could continue through the end of the fiscal year. And we would wait until the until July to start enforcing and acting on some of the stricter design regulations, operating protocols, and procedures. So that is indeed what we're doing. Because we know that a lot of the changes that folks would need to make in order to be compliant with those rules that are part of legislation would entail capital investment, capital improvements and changes to existing sites. That all has a financial burden, a price tag, and it is potentially disruptive to operations. And so it is our attempt and our goal to delay as much of that as possible to give small businesses maximum time to operate the full footprint, say, for example, of their parklet under the pandemic rules before the stricter ones go into effect. And we can go into, if commissioners have questions about specific things, what were legislated, what's temporary, we can talk about that during Q&A, but that's just sort of at the high level. We are also asking for shared spaces operators to submit a permit renewal. Through the pandemic so far, what we've done is essentially batch renewed or mass renewed everyone kind of summarily, without asking folks to submit any new documentation or even verify that they're still operating as that they're still in business. And so as the current set of shared spaces pandemic permits expire, which will happen at the end of this calendar year on 12/31, approaching that, we're asking everyone who intends to operate after 12/31, starting in the new calendar year, to go ahead and submit a permit renewal. And then again, to do so, as we approach the end of the fiscal year. We've been heretofore issuing permits in 6-month increments. And once the pandemic program is over, at the end of June this year, we'll start issuing permits, usually for a year at a time, which is the typical permit length, as many of us know who operate small businesses in San Francisco. Typically, a permit is for a year. So we'll move to an annual cadence starting July 2022. Some other things which Monica will talk in a little bit more detail about in a moment are the activity that the departments have been doing out in the street, out in the corridors, assessing sites, making sure that we have enough loading capacity on corridors, that where transit service has been reinstated, that there's adequate room for transit vehicles to move around corridors, as well as for commuters to board and alight transit vehicles. This does mean, as we move towards a permanent program, that folks may have to, in the case of parklets, potentially resize their parklet footprint. They may have to restructure to meet life safety and ADA and other requirements. Some folks may have to relocate. Some people may have to remove entirely. A great example of this is if you popped up in a bus boarding area. There were many transit lines which were suspended during COVID. A lot of that transit's coming back. A lot of that activity in our neighborhood corridors are coming back. A lot more people are having to commute to jobs around town and need to use bus stops. So in places, for example, where there have been parklets at decommissioned bus stops, where those bus stops are being reinstated, then we of course need to relocate and remove shared spaces from those particular sites and locations. So I'm going to pass the baton over to Deputy Program Director Monica Munowich, who's going to talk about site eligibility and some of the rules that we have.
Great. Thank you, Robin. Can you all hear me okay? It's my first time. Okay, great. Good evening. I'm Monica Munowich from the SFMTA. We'll dig into the curbside functions that Robin gave a good introduction to just a moment ago, what this means, what this looks like. So just kind of time frame of things, our team at the SFMTA went out this summer and visited all of San Francisco's dense commercial corridors and took a very comprehensive survey of what is on the ground. Obviously, it's spun up rapidly over the last year and a half before that. at a time when we were just rapidly approving in the state height of the emergency, rapidly approving parklets, and kind of getting a state of, what is actually on the ground. Are there permits are there structures that are not compliant? Are they where they're supposed to be? Are there structures that are there but don't have a permit? Are there structures that are in bus zones that have come back, like Robin stated? So just to get an understanding of the state of things. So that took several months of work compiling that assessment. And with that, going into the January, with permits expiring the end of this year, going to January and renewing, we have a better understanding of the state, so we can begin asking folks to potentially, like Robin said, resize, relocate, remove, restructure. So that all that information is part of communications that we're starting this fall to put out to parklet owners, to give as much business owners as much advance notice as possible, just to let you know, hey, we've assessed your site. You're at a corner and you've been tagged for daylighting, for example. So that's where the process of where we ask folks to move back from an intersection right up until the corner of an intersection to ensure there's proper visibility for vision zero safety. A treatment we do all across the city, but really with the forefront trying to address that as a top priority. And yellow and white zones is another example shown here in the photos where we may have approved a parklet. It popped up at a time when there was our commercial corridors are not as active. As the city recovers, the economy recovers, our demands become more diverse for space within our commercial corridors. We need to bring back loading in concrete places. So kind of all of that very complex sort of dance around accommodating transit, loading, parking, daylighting, safety, a lot of work ahead of us. So that's what that has looked like. Next slide. Happy to answer more questions about that in Q&A. I know it's complex and the site eligibility is a big piece moving forward. So beyond that, shifting gears, wanted to speak to a little bit specifically about the emergency access compliance rules and accessibility compliance design specs that are we're beginning to enforce and inspect at this moment. These are things that are high priority, are life safety issues, things like clear path of travel, making sure there's 8 feet where possible, minimum of 6 feet clearance, 3-foot gap that's shown in the top middle to ensure fire ladders can access buildings and visibility access to buildings, 42-inch visibility and airflow above that space for emergency responder to see, and a clear address outside for emergency responder to see, reflective materials shown on the middle right there, and setbacks from curb, the bottom right, the daylighting I already spoke to. So just kind of an example of the various high priority design elements that Public Works colleagues, our fire department colleagues, MTA, are at this moment, even during the state of the pandemic, permits are kind of issuing and citing as we transition to more rigorous program design requirements. So next slides, I'll just talk a little bit about public access. This has been a key thing that has really evolved and changed from the pre-pandemic program, where pre-pandemic we had parklets, they were public, always accessible to the public. And now what we've seen pop up over the last year and a half through our wonderful shared space program are these 2 tiers. There's the movable commercial parklet, which we're hoping to see more and more of when a business just puts out tables and chairs and brings them back when they're not in use. And then the third type, the commercial parklet, that's the most prevalent that we see out in the city today, a structure that's kind of always taking up space at any period of time. So just to walk through in this table what that looks like for public access. Obviously the top row, public access, that means 24 hours a day. That is for the members of the public, not for a commercial business. The movable commercial parklet, only during the hours of operation. Is it for the commercial park, for the business? And then when a non-operation, they bring back that space. So it goes back to normal curb use, whatever the curb is designated as. And then the commercial parklet, it's there for 24 hours a day, only for the business during hours in operation. And the business can, the legislation did specify that between the hours of midnight and 7 a.m., they can close it up overnight should they wish. And all of these have a requirement, I guess less relevant for public parklet, but for movable and for the commercial parklet, a requirement for a public bench or equivalent facility within the parklet itself for members of the public at all times, even when it's being used by that business during commercial hours. So thank you. I'll kick it back over to Robin to talk about equity grants and wrap this up.
Thank you, Monica. So I'll just close with an update on grants. Want to let everyone know that we currently have round 2 grant applications. They're currently being accepted at sf.gov/shared-spaces-equity. I'll say that one more time properly, sf.gov/shared-spaces-equity. A lot of the changes, capital investments and investments in new furniture and other elements of the physicality of the parklet we know will require some labor and materials. So we've opened up another round of grants that could be available for these to reimburse for things like furnishings, reconfiguring planters and barricades and diverters. Just to contextualize where we are with that, we're in the process of wrapping up round 1, which was actually announced last November, believe it or not. There were, I think, about $100,000 in round 1 that went out to shared spaces operators throughout the city's neighborhoods, and with particular focus on equity neighborhoods, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Round 2 compliance grants have opened up. Applications are actually due on 12/31, not 11/30. So I need to update this and send you, Dylan, an updated PDF for posting on the EC's website, or just so that we have the right date to reference in the slide. And critically, we are working with OEWD and the SF Arts Commission on a round of arts and culture related activation grants. The purpose of this is to get grant funding into the hands of artists and musicians and performers, whereas previous grant rounds and the current round 2 grants go to shared spaces operators. These are small businesses, quite often, cafe owners and restaurateurs. Round 3 is going to focus on getting funding and grants to artists to activate shared spaces throughout the city. So please expect more on that soon. Hopefully before the end of the year, we'll have more details to share with the Entertainment Commission and with the Arts Commission about that program area. So far, to individual shared spaces operators or permittees throughout the city, I think I misspoke earlier, in round 1, we have dispersed over $750,000 in assistance. That's gone directly to small business operators and sometimes through a nonprofit partner who then helps to get the funds to small businesses throughout the city. So a significant amount of funding over the last year that's been dispersed thanks to budget allocations that the board made, that Mayor Breed made, as well as reallocations of funding that the Office of Economic and Workforce Development had for projects pre-COVID that were no longer viable after COVID hit. So those funds were repurposed and helped with this round 1 distribution. There's been a lot of curiosity about how the city goes about actually selecting recipients for these grants. As we all know, we don't have enough money to give to everyone to fund all of their needs. And so we have to be selective about how we do that. These are the metrics that we use in kind of the order of precedence. And we'll look at some visuals and some mapping that explain this geographically. But we do look at geographies and areas of the cities that have been hardest hit by COVID-19. So that's both infection rates as well as fatalities. We also add another layer of looking at neighborhoods that have higher densities of our city's most vulnerable populations, including seniors, youth, linguistically isolated households, people with disabilities. This is an index that was developed by DPH in planning and the planning department called the Areas of Vulnerability Index. So that's part of how we identify geographies where grant funds could and should be directed. We also look to established cultural districts or cultural districts that are also in formation, I should say, as well as registered legacy businesses. We also look at businesses that are generally below a certain threshold in gross receipts. You might have, a part of the city, for example, that by many measures is a vulnerable neighborhood with high incidence of, COVID impacts, but the business itself is very well capitalized or very well resourced. And so another filter that we apply in making sure that the funds are hitting the segment that could potentially use it most is by putting a cap on gross receipts. Also, the Shared Spaces Equity Grants Program is not the only assistance program that the city has put in place during COVID. I'm glad to say the city has really, brought about a number of different assistance programs, including SF Shines, amongst many others. And so we do look to see whether or not a business has been, received a lot of other grants and assistance, because in general, we want to make sure that the city's assistance is getting spread out and having as broad of an impact as possible. So here's just how areas of vulnerability through our DPH Department of Public Health analysis looks like when we talk literally about neighborhoods in San Francisco. And when you overlay that with where we have tracked the most COVID impacts, both in terms of infection rates as well as deaths, there are areas of the city that definitely show up as being extra vulnerable. So in general, this is the mapping that we use as we're assessing inbound grant applications and trying to, make a set of selections and awards. So to quickly recap, and then Monica and I will step back because I'm sure there are questions from both the commission as well as the public. Compliance grants are now open. Please go to sf.gov/shared-spaces-equity to apply. Anyone who's listening. We will also be undertaking a in-person kind of neighborhood outreach effort in language with translated materials in order to get information out about the grant application. We'll be launching those technical assistance and arts grants later in this fiscal year. And we will also continue to refine our methodology for the grants program. So there's that URL there again at the bottom right of the screen for anyone who may be watching. And with that, I think we'll conclude and take questions.
Who's got some questions?
I have great informative stuff there. So just to recap a little bit, on reapplying, right? What I understand is by the end of this year, by December 31st, we are to reapply for the shared spaces. But I just kind of heard that you guys are going to be, and maybe with all the information, are you guys going to be able to, nothing's changed. If we wanted to reapply or if the public wants to reapply, can you use the same information that was submitted previously? Or will there be a checklist? Like, do you want to reapply for your shared spaces? And if you do you have new information or updated information you could send us? Will you be doing any of that? Or do you expect all the applicants to start from scratch?
Thank you. That's a great question, Commissioner Lee. We do need everyone to submit a fresh application. And so we're probably going to ask you questions you might have answered a year or more ago, the first time you applied. And that's really important for us because a lot has happened in the last year, year and a half. A lot of businesses have, sadly gone out of business, or maybe in the course of the last year, reconfigured the size and the location of the parklet they originally applied for. And we need to sort of make sure that we do a reset across the entire program and with everyone who's participating in the program to make sure we have the best information and the best data, so that as we move towards a permanent program, we know where everyone is, we know how big their operations are, et cetera. So it is really important to submit a fresh application. I will say that the application, only takes about 10 minutes. You're not applying for a federal grant here. This is a really straightforward and streamlined application submittal process. So for those folks in the public who might be listening, or other small business owners, know that, it's a lot of basic information that you've submitted to us previously with some new questions, but it's really important that everyone follow through with that.
Okay, so photos and the whole thing that we did before. Okay, how much time now? When you're talking about going out to inspect these parklets, and they might be, like you say, obvious wrong locations because of the bus lines, but we've been hearing from various merchants that some people have been coming by and saying you're about 6 inches off, and you have to obviously reconstruct this or move it along or push it up a little bit or whatever they have to do. How much time from the notice will you give these people to fix their parklet to be in compliance?
I think it depends on why the parklet needs to be fixed. And I think maybe I'll hand it over to Monica, who can talk about some of the curb management reasons that we might need a parklet to, what we call, undertake one of the 3 R's: resize, relocate, or remove. And then I can maybe follow up on Monica with other scenarios.
Sure. So if I understood your question correctly, it sounds like in a situation where you may need to shift back. So say it's for daylighting, for example. So say you're at near a corner, but the reason you're being asked to shift 6 inches in that example is because you're too close to the corner and we need to shift back for visibility. So with that, and it's so complicated because every reason has a different sort of process, but for daylighting, for example, we would let people know, ideally we've assessed it now several months, that you would know in advance. If you're in a high injury network corridor, you would probably, which is a higher priority, we would be tackling those first. So we would have a shorter deadline of earlier in the year that we would start going out and wanting to sort of clear the space, paint it red, which is the treatment. So in that example, that could be, the notice would be maybe 2 months from now into the beginning of the year. And then you would get at least a 30-day notice that says like when we're getting really close to actually painting and the clearance needs to happen. So 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 months. If your location, we're telling you now, you're not on the high injury network, it's going to be sometime probably early spring. So it's a range for that specific example. For color curb, so that's another reason we may ask someone to shift. So you're in a yellow zone, you need to shift back half of your structure because we need to reinstate this loading space, or a green zone. In that example, we would be looking at spring, more like March time, to begin instituting those color curb changes. So we would tell you now, we went out this summer, we identified this issue, and then in spring, you would be needing to make that revision so we can begin implementing the color curb changes. So everything, depending on what it is, could have a different, but totally ample notice, 2, 3, 4, 5 months kind of head start on these various issues. I can't speak to fire department, and Robin would want to jump in if it was like a fire department spec or a public works, that they have a little bit of a different process, but I can speak to the MTA sort of site feasibility.
I think what we understand, there's so many different inspectors, fire, DPW, everybody has. So when you guys have these enforcement issues, do you guys all get together, or, I mean, is the fire department going to give the same amount of time as the SFMTA, or are they going to say, well, you got to move it in 30 days or you're going to get a ticket? It takes time to dismantle or move these things. They're not like, you could just unscrew it with a screw gun, So I just want to make sure that the public knows, or for sort of small business that, it's a shock that they have to move these things. They have ample time to do so, before any real hardcore enforcement comes down.
Absolutely. And to answer the question about process and procedure, yes, the departments, especially those who have enforcement jurisdiction and enforcement mandates, do meet. We meet regularly so that the fire department, the MTA, DPW, the Mayor's Office on Disability, we're all aware about what the issues are that every jurisdiction has, say, with a particular site. Our strategy moving forward is to communicate with sites that need to undertake some modifications in a coordinated fashion. So in the old days, what might happen to a parklet sponsor is the fire department comes one day and slaps a notice up on your window, and then maybe DPW comes a couple days later and does the same thing. And you might have a communication from the MTA the week before, and all of those notices are about making some changes to your site to make them safe and accessible, right? That we know that's distressing to operators, and it's not going to help all of us get the outcome that we want, which is a safe and accessible parklet site and set of parklets. So shortly, folks who start to receive notices will actually get a single packet, and we've developed a cover sheet that sort of explains what issues need to be tackled, which are most urgent, which can wait till July, right? So we're trying to equip all parklet sponsors in particular with all the information that they'll need to make financial decisions about capital improvements to your site. Some parklet sponsors might want to handle all the urgent issues now and go ahead and handle things that they know they're going to have to fix by July, because for them, it makes more financial sense to do perform all of those changes and execute all of those changes at the same time. Some parklet sponsors are probably going to want to phase their implementation and phase the tweaks to their site and their operations over the course of the next 6 or more months. And that's also totally fine. So moving forward, and these haven't hit the ground yet, but the departments have been working hard to coordinate on this. Parklet sponsor, if you do need to resize, relocate, remove, change something, tweak your setup, you'll be receiving that as part of a single packet that can help you make decisions. Some things that are urgent, and the board was very clear, the Board of Supervisors was very clear about this in the legislation that they passed in July, was that even if we are extending the pandemic version of the program through July 2022 or through the end of the fiscal year, June 2022, that they wanted the city and the city departments to start responding immediately to any design or operations issues related to disability access and emergency access and life safety. So some of the notices that have gone out and will start, going out in greater volume are about making sure that sites are ADA accessible, making sure that we have the appropriate clearances around fire hydrants and fire escapes, and a lot of the parklets that popped up during the pandemic impacted our first responders, our paramedics, our fire department's ability to respond to emergencies. So those things we've got to address immediately. And that's what this notice packet will explain. Other things can wait till later in the year.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just give them, I'm sure they all want to comply. It's just, we've been hearing some stuff, that they have 2 weeks to get it done, or, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of reason. So, okay. I mean, as long as the departments are minded, that some of these mom and pops, they got to hire somebody to do it. It's going to take them some time, but I'm sure they're going to comply because those parklets are very useful. So I'm glad that the supervisors and the city is allowing them to have them. So, but but these changes are abrupt and it's still stretchful. We're still not we're still at 50% capacity as far as attendance goes. So they're still kind of stretched out. All right, thank you for the information.
More questions from other commissioners? Yeah, I don't want to belabor this because Robin, we've spoken and we will continue to speak offline, but I just want to reiterate a couple of things. I thought Commissioner Lee was spot on. And you know this, but some of these notices are really kind of, they're very scary. I've seen a lot of them, and they say if you don't have this done in the following days, you're going to get a $250 fine first day, $300 the next day, or whatever it is, and it's kind of scary. The one thing that I'm nervous about is that the January 1st timeline doesn't necessarily take into account the ability to get contractors between now and the holidays. It's a very, very cliched time that you can't get workers or contractors. So I just want to go on the record saying that between now and January 1st, there's probably about 1 full month where it's impossible to get any worker to do anything because they're on vacation. They often take that month off, or it's raining and et cetera. So my fear is that somebody's going to get one of these heavy-handed things. Fire's in a bad mood that day. They want to enforce because they're saying they can't get a ladder there. And then the poor parkland owner who's barely just survived a pandemic is going to actually start getting fined daily per the words on the violation when they're trying desperately to find a contractor, et cetera. And it just kind of sets up a dangerous situation. I do agree with Commissioner Lee, though, that I think everybody's, almost everybody's going to be committed to getting into compliance as soon as possible. So one more question, just for the record, Robin, when somebody we know receives one of these, or when a permit holder, entertainment permit holder receives one of these, what should we do? What should they do?
Great question, President Blyman. So the new notices are going to be much clearer than they have been about who you can contact if you have a question. And they will be also much clearer about, like by when do you want to try and have something addressed. So the best thing to do, and also the notice references parts of the shared spaces manual. So for example, if this is like a fire safety roof issue, right? It'll say, please make sure to fix your roof because it's an issue for us to be able to do effective firefighting. See this page in the manual. And we looked at, in the presentation we gave earlier this evening, there were some sample graphics from the manual of what an ideal situation is for our firefighting personnel to be able to maneuver. So we really hope that the coordinated communications and the streamlined communications are much clearer and less stressful. Nobody wants to be creating more stress for our small business owners who have really just, gone through so much this year. It's our collective goal as a city departments to help people do what they need to do. I can't speak for the fire department. The fire marshal isn't with us this evening. He frequently joins us for these presentations, but I can tell you, President Blyman, that he and his team are, they want to work with parklet sponsors, help explain, help come up with solutions, and sort of figure out how reconfiguration can happen. I think, it is up to the discretion of the department whether or not they're actually going to charge a fine. So it might be, it's something in the code that we cite the city has sort of legal resource to charge a fine, right? But in my experience, and to my knowledge right now, the work that the very constructive work that the fire department has been doing with parklet sponsors, and the willingness and responsiveness of parklet sponsors to do what's right to keep a place safe has been going well so far. So we're going to continue along in that vein. Monica and I are always open to feedback if there are specific situations where you're hearing where, it's the communication and the collaboration is not going as well as it could be. We're here to hear that and help address it.
Got it. One more question on the slide that you had about all the changes that are coming up. That really nice slide. I like that one. I didn't see the 3 feet setback from the parking hash marks. Is that still in this, or is that maybe I missed it?
Yeah, and I can actually reshare that screen just as we're talking about it. I believe this is the slide you were talking about, President Blyman. So Ben's referring to a requirement that is in the shared spaces manual that parklets need to be set back or inset from the ends about 3 feet from the parking stall markings. That President Blyman's right that that's not visualized here. This is kind of a summary slide of all of the most urgent issues. Setbacks are something that the fire department and MTA and the planning department really want and need. That helps paramedics get gurneys from the street and then, an ambulance in the street onto the sidewalk, in and out. They also allow for fire department personnel to move more easily, again, to perform ladder operations. And they also provide more maneuvering room as, for example, when a parklet is next to an active parking space, right? Someplace or a loading zone where trucks and vehicles are pulling in and out all day long. To be set back from the edge of the marked parking stall is actually a design requirement that we've had for many years in San Francisco for like 10 years with the parklet program. And it's important to have that physical open buffer space. I believe what I can do is throw a link in the chat and cite the page in the parklet manual where this is visualized and explained more clearly. We're at this time, the fire department has indicated that they do not need parklet sponsors to set back from the ends of the marked parking stall until the end of the fiscal year when the pandemic program ends. So that's not a type of restructuring that needs to happen tomorrow. Rather is something that the fire department is amenable to delaying implementation until, after the holidays into the summer.
All right, thanks. I appreciate your time. Any more questions? And we got a lot more agenda items coming up. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for all the work you've done here. I know how hard it's been and how transformational this can be. So just on behalf of the commission, we thank you. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
President Blyman, we have one person with their hand raised. I'm going to bring them in, Barry Toronto, and then I will also flash the slide momentarily. Hey, Barry, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great presentation by Robin, Bob. But there are problems with the continuation of how they're doing shared spaces. For one, they took away a major cab stand in the Castro, and it took 4 months to find another location. How it is insufficient location. So Mr. Abad, you have destroyed the taxi industry in one fell swoop. Not you personally, but this program, because that cab stand is not enforceable. At night in the Castro, it's busy with the popular bars and restaurants. There is a cab stand that we needed, and the sausage factory took over our working cab stand. That took years to implement, and now after all those years, because we most of the time at night, private cars are sitting in our cab stand, and enforcement is nil. So it has become a hassle, and then not only that, but the homeless people like to hang out, or the loiterers like to hang out in front of the Walgreens, and they start interfering with you trying to get someone to move out of the cab stand, and you're honking to get them out so that we could stage in the Castro. Come on, don't tell me that the Castro is one of the busiest parts of the city, and there has to be a cab stand for us to serve the public. Unfortunately, Mr. Abad and your staff need to help us get that.
You have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Clear. And the other part of it is there are major bus routes. The 24, for example, to Visadero Street by the Independent. We have to double park over there to pick up people, but now we're blocking a lane of traffic and possibly 2 lanes of traffic. So where there are major bus lines, you need to relook at some of these parklets and some of these shared spaces that are actually into the traffic lane. there are many of them into the traffic lane.
Your time is up. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any more public comment?
I apologize, I did not flash the screen. I will do that momentarily for a few seconds. And I'm checking, and there is none.
All right, we'll close public comment on this. Thank you again for coming in. We will continue with our commission hearing and onward and upward here. The shared spaces. All right.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is, hold on, sorry. Number 7, which is hearing and possible action regarding applications for permits under the jurisdiction of the Entertainment Commission. And I will ask Deputy Director Azevedo to introduce the consent agenda first.
Thank you, President Blyman. Okay, so we just have one permit on the consent agenda this evening, and it is for a limited live performance permit for Sewell Bar and Lounge. There was no opposition or added conditions to this permit application, and so the staff recommendation is for the commission to vote to approve the consent agenda with the staff recommendation of approving with the good neighbor policy.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners before we get public comment? All right. Is there any public comment on this item on the consent calendar? Agenda?
Checking, and there's none.
All right. Then I believe we can vote.
I'll raise a motion to approve.
First,
with,
we have
staff conditions.
Second.
All right. Now we can vote.
All righty, hold on. I think that was Commissioner Thomas. All right. President Blyman.
Aye.
Vice President Camino.
Aye.
Commissioner Falzon.
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Wang.
Aye.
All right.
All right. Congratulations to the individuals on the consent agenda. And now we will get into the regular agenda items. And I will ask Deputy Director Azevedo to introduce these as well.
Great. So the first application on the regular agenda tonight is for a place of entertainment permit with outdoor amplified sound and an extended hours premises permit for the Record Store, which is located at 177 Eddy Street. This location was formerly occupied by Pandora Karaoke. The new owner of the Record Store is revamping the whole space and will offer karaoke as well as other live entertainment such as DJs and bands. The application also includes daily outdoor amplified sound until 10 p.m. to play movies and ambient pre-recorded music to the outside diners. Since the applicant is only requesting pre-recorded amplified sound and the closest sensitive receptor is with 100 feet, staff are recommending the commission to set the sound limit to not exceed ambient sound levels at 50 feet from the property plane. Lastly, the extended hours premises permit is to provide late night music, likely a DJ, and late night eats to their patrons. The owner has partnered with a chef who will offer hearty items such as flatbreads, crepes, and fried chicken. Attached are 2 menu examples for you to check out. The applicant conducted neighborhood outreach and personally spoke with all of the hotel managers and commercial stores on their block. They also contacted a number of community organizations, Supervisor Haney's office, and the D6 community planners. There was no opposition for this permit, and Tenderloin Station approved the permit with no added conditions. Our staff recommendations are outlined for you below on the memo included in your folder. And here to talk to you tonight is the owner, Rick Haynes, and he's represented by Mark Rennie.
Should I bring both Rick and Mark into?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. All right, stand by. Mark, if you could please raise the hand of the account you want us to bring in. And if you can't, I'll just bring them all in.
For the record, there are 3 Mark Rennies, 3 different devices right now.
Thank you, Mark. I see you, and I'm going to bring you in momentarily. they are in. All right. Rick and Mark, you are in. If you want to unmute yourself to speak, thank you.
Can you hear me? Mute. Yeah. I'm trying to get, oh, there we go. Cool. Commissioners, good evening. Good to be here tonight. This is sort of an interesting project. It's actually, Rick, of course, is sideways to me, but
you're sideways to all of us, Mr. Rennie.
Oh, maybe I should change it. Let me see if I can make that happen.
Maybe you did that on purpose.
That's right.
Oh, that's better. There's also a slight echo. I don't know if one of your 17 devices might be also taking in the sound.
Let me.
Mark, you're doing a great job right now.
Thanks. I want to try something, but do these pictures show up? Oh, they do. Like that, right? This is a mural on the front of the record store. This is located at, and I am going to get rid of the Zoom over here. Sorry, guys, because it's driving me crazy too. Leave. Rick is with us tonight. We had a bar at 251 Rhode Island, the old Mercer space. It closed at COVID, and when most of the techie kids moved out of the neighborhood, Rick decided to move the license down to 177 Eddy. This was the old Pandora karaoke spot, which was active from 2003 until 2018. Pandora, as you know, moved over to 50 Mason Street in a slightly larger space. This is sat vacant. There was an NOV, a notice of violation, on the property. And so we agreed with the landlord that we would make the NOV go away if he would give us a lease on the premises. And it's been quite a nightmare and a cost overrun, but I'm happy to say that as of today, we got signed off by the building department, the fire department, electrical department, plumbing department, and everybody on the NOV. So several of our inspections on entertainment were waiting on sign-offs from the NOV, and we now have those. I'm kind of excited about this project. It's pretty crazy. This block on Eddy Street, if anybody knows, it's between Taylor and Mason, and it is problematic at times. However, we have right next to the doorway I showed you is a parking lot, and what I learned from the Black Cat, which is on a worse corner a couple blocks away, is that people take lifts and they Ubers, they get outside, there's security on the street, good lighting, and they walk into place, and it hasn't hurt the Black Cat. So I have a feeling that this is going to be very successful. The concept was 10 old karaoke rooms that we are going to use for private dining facilities. It's basically, you don't have to rent $30 an hour karaoke setup. If you meet a drink minimum, you can bring 8 or 10 of your friends down, book a room, and the rooms are pretty incredible. Rick and the crew, he hired a bunch of artists to, here's a good one. Excuse me. That's the tiki room. And you have sports rooms, you get these murals on the walls. They hold between 7 and 10 people. And apologize, I just went away. Excuse me. They'll hold about 7 or 10 people in a COVID environment, and we thought about this because in Las Vegas, the only nightclub that wasn't closed during COVID was a a club that was very similar to this. It was private rooms, karaoke. They let them stay open with 9 people or less, so you could walk into the premises with a mask on, go to your own private lounge dining room, and take your mask off with your friends and have a good night. We're trying to do a value proposition. If you had a chance to look at the menus that we put out, for about $10, you can get a soft drink and a crepe, or a soft drink and some chicken. One of the things we're trying to do is really enhance the restaurant revenue, because there used to be 5 or 6 restaurants downtown open after 2 a.m. and there are, other than the Pinehurst, which has an hour wait and a long line every weekend night, there are no late night eateries in this part of town. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get people who are hungry to come over. At that point, I'm not sure Rick can be more specific, but we may or may not have a cover charge. But we really do intend to serve food right up until we close. And if we can serve it till 5 in the morning, so be it. That's what we want to do.
Can I just interrupt real quick?
Sure.
Does somebody, Rick or Mark, somebody's got some background noise that's incredibly loud. I'm not sure if it's Rick or Mark, but I can hear it.
Is it me?
I
can
know.
hear it, but I don't have any noise here.
I can try to go.
It's like a TV, or sounds like cheering.
Let me try to go.
You could also try just muting while Mark's talking, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can just unmute if you want to mention something. I want to hear about this, but it's a little distracting.
I think this
Our SFGovTV folks said that it was Rick. Sorry, Rick.
Rick.
You're the culprit.
Hold on one sec.
Just hit mute.
Run it out.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
thoroughly enjoying Mr. Rennie's presentation. I really don't want to miss a bit of it. It's been a year since I've heard one of his monologues, so I'm glad he's back.
Oh, come on.
Yep.
I'll drink to that.
I kind of miss those monologues, actually.
Agreed. Get us
Hey,
back to normal.
I would like to get back to, let's go back down to City Hall and make it easy on us all. Anyway, there's 10 private dining rooms. The space is approximately 4,000 square feet. There's a large lounge and a common dining area. I'll give you another idea, but all these private lounges are pretty cool. And this is a club that is made for a well-known local nightclub guy who's going to hang out there.
Can I say something? Can I say something? So I moved from 251 Rhode Island, where I was trying to create a type of rock bar experience with video mapping and stuff like that, and really kind of finish that up. There is a main bar area with seating for eating and stuff in this place, but it is video mapped completely, and it's like a rock bar experience. So inside the place, the whole inside is like between 70s, 80s retro rock photos, and then all on the walls, when we play the video mapping, the walls are mapped, and then inside of all the frames, it changes, and it's different rock stars, Jimi Hendrix, Led Zeppelin, all kinds of different guys, and we play that kind of music in the bar, and it's kind of like a retro rock bar theme all throughout the place. As you can see, some of the rooms are, like 70s type rooms, and there's different themes. But when you come in, it's like booking a table. So on our site, you'll go and book a table to eat and drink between this hour and this hour. You can bring your group of people. There's a bar minimum or a food minimum, but there's no cover charge or anything like that. And so you would, go on, book your table from 9 to 10 or 11. Take your group there, and then we would sanitize the room for the next set of guests, and it would show up on the site that you could book it a little bit later. I just wanted to give you guys kind of an idea of what it is, what the place is, Now, go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Rick has a very
I'm gonna mute.
Okay. Rick is an owner in a very successful place called Retro Junkie over in Walnut Creek, which is extremely popular. It's a 70s and 80s theme bar. So he's going to have similar kind of music playing. And the crowd crowd tends to be 25 to 45, just given the demographics of the music. What I like about it is, and I'll try one more of these pictures. Here's the main bar, but every frame, oh, you can't see it, sorry. Every frame it just changes, and it's very deceptive because you've got, this is just another room. I didn't get the main lounge, but it's all video mapped. It's beautiful. Some of these rooms, and Rick has been over the last week or so adding a couple more, and I'm shocked at how beautiful some of these rooms are. And what I keep telling them, boy, I hope these things are bolted down because there's some beautiful photographs and sort of icons from that era. But what we're trying to do is do a value proposition, get people in there eating. We've got a joint venture going with the Crispy Chicken upstairs that has a full kitchen that used to be part of the, 15 or 20 years ago. The kitchen was upstairs and there was a restaurant upstairs. The downstairs was more lounge and karaoke. But we're basically trying to serve a lot of food, trying to do it at a value, trying to be open from 5 o'clock every night and stay open as long as we can serve late night food. And, unlike the bottle service bars where to sit down, you're going to pay $300. This is more like you've got a $30 or $40 per hour drink minimum or food minimum. So the goal is to change the neighborhood, work. It's close to, the neighborhood is interesting because you're close to Mason Street, you're close to the Bijou Hotel, and you're probably 3 blocks from a lot of the big hotels in Union Square. You're 2 blocks from BART. The problem is once you cross that demarcation line on Mason Street, it gets a little rough. I think with eyes, we're going to have some good security out front. I think it's going to add eyes to the street. I think it's going to make the street safer. I know the people across the street at Dalda's, they're excited. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dan Williams, and he's not on my outreach list, but Piano Fight is around the corner, and literally our 2 buildings conjoin. However, you got to sort of walk around the block to get to it. And I think this place is going to be very interesting because I think it's going to make it. I think it's got a good sort of post-COVID emphasis. It's not going to be a dance nightclub. It's going to be sort of the coolest go eat some food and have some beers and hang out with your friends place. And so I'm excited about it. Let me see if I've got anything else. If you got any questions, the outreach, we've been doing a lot of outreach. A few people we haven't reached, but you've got a list of the outreach. We've gotten most of the sign-offs. We have our fire sign-off on Thursday with Aaron Yamamura. ABC is about ready to go. We have to just get a little more kitchen equipment in downstairs, and hopefully we're going to be open in 2 or 3 weeks. And what I'm asking for tonight, obviously, is a tentative grant. And if you got any questions, probably Rick is better equipped to answer them.
Questions?
It sounds good. It was the old 181 before, now Pandora. That is a challenging street. The parking lot's still open across the street, correct?
Correct.
Did they light it up? It's been kind of dark lately.
No, the parking lot is now a building, and it has a store underneath it, a brand new grocery store.
No, Rick. They're talking about the adjacent parking lot, and it is still there, and it was open.
No, there still be a huge. I think they're talking about the huge parking lot that used to be across the street, not next to it.
Yeah,
it's gone. It's a high-rise building now.
It's a TMDC building with a community market, Dalda's Community Market in it. There is within 10 feet of our door, however, is a second parking lot that is between our door and Mason Street, which holds, how many cars does that hold, Rick? It's probably 40, 50, 60. And as you know, most people don't drive anymore. They take Lyfts and Ubers.
60 to 70 cars.
And we've been talking to the owner of the parking lot. He's going to keep it open late for us, and as long as there's business. So I think it's going to be safe. Our big concern is getting people in the place and out of the place safely, especially at night, because like I say, it's, you know, not the nicest neighborhood, but I think it's close to downtown, and I think we got a good rent on it, and it's a beautiful space. It's the life safety equipment. Every room has a strobe in it. It's fully sprinkled, strobes in every room, centrally monitored fire alarm. It used to be the upstairs of this building was a 1,000-person occupancy nightclub called at various times Polyester's Suite 181, and before that, the 181 Club. And Officer Falzon and I have some history with the 181.
So I want, can I speak for a second? I want everybody to understand that 181 was a massive place. It was upstairs. It was huge. This is just the basement of 181. 181 is not in any occupancy. It was Citadel, and Citadel shut down, and now it's not occupied. So this is just the basement, like 4,500 square feet. I think that 181 held, you know, a lot of people, and had, you know, maybe, I don't know, it's probably 13,000 square feet. We are just down below.
I mean, when it was Pandora, the rooms that they built there, I mean, it's perfect for the concept that you're trying to explain. I think it's cool. I mean, you definitely got to light up the front. You got to have your security walking up and down. You're going to get guys, you know, kind of like, you know, I mean, it's really tricky right now, especially after pandemic. You know, the concept's very, it's kind of aggressive, but, you know, it's kind of cool. You know, I mean, a black cat can survive in that neighborhood, you know, and have customers, great customers. I'm pretty sure you could do it. I mean, 181 at the time was kind of ahead of its time. It wasn't, the neighborhood wasn't quite as challenging back then, but it can be done. And because you're running a restaurant, my thing is, what are you going to be playing? Each room has its own, what, jukebox or karaoke or something? Or?
So how it works is each room. So if we have canned music, you know, it's all wired into all the rooms. So each room has its own, you know, 60-inch TV and has 2 speakers in it, which you can choose on your remote whether you want to watch the DJ play, which we won't have a DJ most of the time, but you can listen to our music and our visuals. You can watch Dish TV. You can play a video game, or you can, most of my rooms really don't have karaoke, maybe 4 of them. So but you have a variety of things you can do, just like if you were at your home. And you can call the waitress service. You can order online and we deliver the food, or order online and we bring your drinks to the room, and you have your own little private events in these rooms. And about the street, you are right. I've been there for 3 months now working on this place. That street is very odd. Sometimes it's really cool because of the store across the street and it's mellow, and then sometimes it gets really aggressive, especially on the weekends. It can get aggressive out there. And, you know, we've been cleaning up the fronts of the street, you know, like every other day now, and just trying to meet everybody there and make friends. And, you know, a lot of the people that are on that street are from the SROs that are on the street, which I've met 3 of the people at the SROs, and a lot of them they come out of their SRO and they're just hanging on the street, whether they're playing dice, you know, doing this, do that, whatever they're doing. But then on the weekends, you get the people circling around from outside of San Francisco, like, you know, and it makes it more aggressive there, you know. We've been really taking a good look at it, but it's actually a lot better than a lot of the blocks now, you know. Go ahead.
But Rick, so I'm just curious. So you want 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock after hours? I mean, I know you're serving food and everything, but I mean, you got to really make, you know, I mean, Pinecrest, I remember Mace. I mean, they did great if you could provide another space for food, but obviously you're going to be selling soft drinks, right?
Right, but what about, we're thinking of having DJs, you know, late at night though.
Okay.
You know, having some DJ music's a cool environment for everybody to come when they're done with the nightclubs. They can come hang out, get some food, you know, all the industry people, they can get some food, hang out, and, you know, chill when they get off work. There's no place for anybody to do that right now.
Right. Well, anyway, that's it for
You
me.
know, I don't know of anywhere.
I mean,
Okay.
that's cool. I mean, it's operation-wise very simple. I mean, I hope you got a great chef. So I know Commissioner Falzon's
Oh, we have
kitchen right now. So I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you guys talk.
Okay.
You know, Stephen, I might
okay.
surprise you. My first reaction is we're dying for a legitimate after hours place to hang out at. I'm sure Rennie's pacemaker is going crazy right now. But no, seriously. I also want to thank Rennie for giving the history of that address because it makes us both feel very old that we dealt with every one of those businesses. But all joking aside, you know, Rick, I looked at your stuff. You know, I think
Rick, can you mute? Can you mute again, Rick? The TV sounds are very.
We need Rick to mute. Thanks, Rick. Yeah, you're definitely the background noise. Anyway, all I was going to say is, you know, I looked at your business model. I think you are offering something unique to the city right now. I think we are in serious recovery right now. I think as a commission, we need to be aggressive about our decision making. And I just want to wish you all the luck in the world. So that might shock Commissioner Lee, but that's my only comments.
Hey, times have changed, huh?
Yes, they have.
Other questions?
Thank you.
All right, I'm not hearing any other questions. I don't have any other questions. I think this is a fascinating project. It sounds like it's definitely outside of the box, and I like that. And I like people bringing new, interesting concepts to the city personally. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
I'm going to flash the screen. And we do have one person with their hand raised. I'm going to Barry Toronto. Hey, Barry, if you want to unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hey, yeah, I know. First time been able to follow a meeting in a long time, and I'm participating. I think Mr. Rennie should know better than to leave out taxis. People are taking taxis late at night in increasing frequency because people are tired of Uber and Lyfts, not knowing where they're going, and the surge pricing is out of this world. So I don't know why he left out that taxis should also be included as part of the transportation to and from this new nightclub. So because 181 Eddie has a big heart, a big heart for that location. Because I used to go and watch in the early 80s. I used to go watch live music there, and it was a great place for transgender people to go for entertainment as well. So it was a big loss when that original nightclub closed. So it'd be great to see a good use of that space. But I am concerned about whether they're going to allow for a white zone for pickup and drop off. It is a challenging block, and it'd be best that they make sure they have a space rather than force people to double park in the middle of the street. Even though it is, I believe it's one way from that way. No, it's two way. That block is two way. So anyway, thank you very much and good luck with the space.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I say something?
Public comment on this? We don't respond to public comments. Thanks. Is there any other
Okay, we don't. All right.
item?
There is none.
All right, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment. Do we want to have a discussion about this? Any thoughts, any motions?
I'm ready for a motion.
Go for it.
So my motion is that we approve with staff recommended conditions.
I second.
All right, we have a motion. We can vote.
All right. President Blyman.
Aye.
Vice President Camino.
Aye.
Commissioner Falzon.
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Wang.
Aye.
Oh, I am solo parenting right now. I just had to keep a bath from overflowing. Bath is fine though. Congratulations, everybody else. Rick and Mark, please follow up with our staff.
Thank you all.
Earliest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Rick, I'll call you.
Thank you.
All
Good luck,
right.
you guys stay safe.
Okay, thank you.
And I will turn things back over to Deputy Director.
Thanks, President Blyman. The final permit on tonight's agenda is for a place of entertainment permit at Thai Show located at 1161 Post Street. The location was formerly Yamasho, and they held a POE permit as well. Thai Show will continue with the previous business model of being a full restaurant and bar with private karaoke rooms. The applicant conducted neighborhood outreach by passing out the letter that is included in your file to all the businesses within a 2-block radius of them. They also had the letter posted on the outside of their building. Northern Station approved the permit and there was no opposition or added conditions. And so here to tell you that more this evening is the owner, Nick Honda.
All right. So I'm assuming is Daryl Honda the account we should bring in? Okay. All right. Welcome.
Oh, there it goes. Good evening, President Blyman, commissioners. Oh, my wrong screen is doing here. My name is Daryl Honda. I'm this one. Yeah. Oh, sorry. My name is Daryl Honda. I'm the manager. I'm with my general manager, Mark, and owner, Nick Honda. Sorry, my screen's on the back. We're trying to, what am I doing here? Okay. And so basically the restaurant was a pre-existing business for the last 21 years, owned and operated by Mr. and Mrs. Yamada. We purchased the building and the business in whole. We are going to continue the business in the same fashion they did. We also are only applying for the beer, wine, and soju. Yeah, soju license. We're not going for a hard alcohol license. The building is approximately 8,200 square feet. Other than painting, we've left the building in its original shape. It is fully ADA on all 3 levels. We have 2 means of egress on all 3 levels. We've already had our fire permit, our building inspection, and our health is this coming Thursday.
Questions? More detail than we need?
Is this one here?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I mean, basically, it's been a restaurant and karaoke bar for a long time. It's great that it's going to reopen again. I don't have any specifics questions. This is just basically a restaurant with karaoke. So I'm cool. It's not a dance club or anything, so I have nothing to say. Sorry.
Evenly Productions, maybe?
No.
Anybody else have comments, questions? All right. Yeah, this one's fairly straightforward for me too. I don't really have anything spectacular to add to this conversation. Thanks for the presentation, guys.
Sorry, I couldn't be as entertaining as Mark Rennie.
Yeah. But you were.
There's only one Mark Rennie, thank God.
Yes, I'm well aware of.
I will say you were a little more succinct, which
Daryl, we appreciate your brevity. Trust me.
especially following Mark Rennie.
Well, you know, I appreciate you guys giving up your Tuesday evenings to hear me. So, thank you very much for your service.
Fantastic. All right. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
I'll flash the screen as a courtesy for a few seconds.
I don't know how to switch my camera. Am I looking at it right now? Yeah. Okay.
There is none.
All right, let's close public comment. Any motions?
I'd move to approve with staff recommendations. Second.
All right, we have a motion, we can vote.
All right, President Blyman.
Aye.
Vice President Camino.
Aye.
Commissioner Falzon.
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Wang.
Aye.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you,
approved.
commissioners.
Thank you.
I did miss Al not being here this evening. I haven't seen him for a
He'll be
week.
back.
I'll be back. He's like an old penny.
Clerical. It's a clerical error.
And I learned quite a bit by listening to your hearing this evening. Oh my goodness. You know?
That's
Hey, I think we just sit around.
Yeah.
all right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All
Be
right,
safe.
Scott. All right, and we are on to our final agenda item of the evening, commissioners' comments and questions. Please, Commissioner Thomas.
This is bringing up a sort of an old issue, but the issue around accidental drug overdose and things that venues can do to ensure that staff are trained to recognize and reverse overdoses. I've been hearing from a few folks in the nightlife community who've been trying to incorporate safety messages into performances and working to get venue staff trained. And so my conversations with one of them, I said I would bring up the possibility. I know that we've sponsored trainings both at our summit and through Dylan's network, but just sort of bringing that back around. Obviously, overdoses are continuing to be a significant public health threat. In San Francisco, where we've lost more people to drug overdose than COVID since the beginning of the pandemic, I'd be happy to work to coordinate both either materials or trainings or make, there are lots of good online trainings now that are probably easier for people to access. So just bringing that back up again, I'd love to figure out some way that we can engage with venue owners and other members of the nightlife community to ensure that people are trained, staff are trained, that bars are stocking naloxone, just that we're reaching people that we can reach.
Fantastic.
Hey, if I can ask a question, this is just a float out there. Could we ever impose a condition to require having that on site? And I wonder if that's something we'd have to ask the city attorney. And that would be very progressive.
It would, you know, I mean, we do require earplugs and water, for example, you know, free water. And those are both similarly, you know, harm reduction strategies that are in our code and are required. We could, I mean, my preference would be to you know, encourage and incentivize places, but I certainly would not at all be averse to mandating at least some form of training or that they are stocking naloxone in a venue if they're, you know, if they're going to have a place of entertainment permit or something. I'm hesitant to add lots of requirements on venues, particularly right now in the pandemic, but I'm also concerned about the health and well-being of people who are going out and going to entertainment venues.
I love that idea, and I'm happy to talk to our city attorney about it, and then come back to you all with what the trigger point could be if we could potentially add that to police code. Because as you said, earplugs and water, it's not something that we condition every permit on. We just have it as a requirement for our venues. And so
Maggie, do we put earplugs in water? That's not part of the good neighbor though, right? That's just
it's not. No, it's in code. And actually, I think we could do a much better job of even educating on those items and then bundling this into that, because
that's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if next time we reopen the good neighbor for review. Although I think Laura's speaking to a serious exigency, but I do think we need to balance. And I would even throw out, I don't want to get too crazy, if the city would ever consider funding a grant program, it wouldn't be a huge amount of money to offset the costs of this of these life-saving devices. I mean, I think Laura's bringing up some great stuff because the death rate is off the charts.
Well, can
The city does provide, both the city and the state have separate programs that provide free naloxone. So the city provides free naloxone to individuals. Anyone can get it from the CBHS pharmacy at 1380 Howard Street. You can get free naloxone and instructions on how to use it. And then the state has a program that distributes naloxone in larger amounts to organizations or entities, and that could include venues. So there are a couple of programs that are already distributing naloxone that we could, mostly I think it's a matter of making people aware that those programs exist.
Right.
More so even than, I mean, I support the idea of giving them grants to do this, but I think we could probably do it even cheaper than that.
Yeah, if it already exists, great.
Well, I do want to make a comment for the industry part, though. I mean, I think this come up before that if a venue has a certain capacity, you're supposed to provide water.
Right.
But there are situations like when you have a salsa club and you provide water, they end up drinking all the water and they don't buy anything. So there's a fine line there that you have to be careful. The training and all that is a must, because I remember we went through this back in the day. I think Commissioner Falzon remembers, but and sometimes even over intoxication, giving too much water can actually drown somebody.
Sure.
So there's a fine line, and I think Maggie, talked to the city attorney about it, because I remember it was an issue before that I couldn't even have a sobering station, without being monitored by a paramedic. But that's intoxication. As far as drugs, that's a different story.
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Lee is saying is that we don't want to give away the naloxone. We want clubs to be able to sell it to people, right? Is that what you're saying?
Or or give it to the if they're not trained. And
no, it would be, to Laura's point, we're talking about people would have to be properly trained and
right.
Yes, yeah. I was joking too.
I know you were, Ben. But
yeah, so I think we can talk about water offline, but I think that's a fantastic idea, Commissioner Thomas. I think, if we're not overly burdening them and we can save lives, it could be a very progressive and thoughtful program that is a gold standard, and I think it's a fantastic idea. Other comments and questions?
One more. I know Barry is really the taxi cab guy, but Barry, I think if you're patient enough, Uber prices are so high now. Uber and Lyft, it's going to be I think people are going back to yellow cab and taxis because the amounts are so high. Just coming back from outside lands, I heard it was over $100 just to go one way, and just to go from, say, the Tenderloin or just Japantown in the afternoon at 2:00 to get back to 6th and Harrison costs $50. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but man, they're pricing themselves out of the market.
Just a thought. We could invite Barry to be a formal speaker. Transportation is a key part of what we're dealing with. And if he has a perspective, instead of having him at public comment where we can't respond, we could invite him at some point on a quiet night as a guest speaker. Just a thought.
I mean, he has some good points, but yeah.
We'll take that in consideration. Anybody else with other thoughts, items? I just want to reiterate congratulations for Commissioner Thomas for her honor from the Harvey Milk Club. That was so cool. And you think about, and you start to I was just doing a little bit of research and just seeing the sheer number of different things that you're advocating for at any given time over the last years and years. It's just remarkable. So congratulations. They don't always get signed by the governors, but it's a ton of progress, and they should be, in my opinion. And it's crazy that they're not. So thank you for the work. It's cool that you're a part of this group as well. So thank you. Any other comments, questions? I just want to just reiterate the Free City. This was something that I had a small part in, was working on. Anybody thinking about opening a small business in San Francisco may have their fees waived going forward, a brand new businesses. That's incredible. It's landmark. It's the opposite of how small businesses have been treated since I've ever been here, and it's exciting. So thank you to Supervisor Ronan and Mayor Breed for that awesome legislation. All right, any public comment on the final agenda item?
Checking right now, and there is none.
All right, then we will adjourn this meeting at 7:37 p.m. We'll see you all in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Take care, everybody. Stay safe.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television. Welcome to San Francisco. As you begin your adventure in our beautiful city, we ask that you follow a few simple steps during your visit. Please, park smart. Never leave valuables in your parked vehicle. Always take your valuables with you, even when you're just stepping away to view the sights. Whether it's jewelry, passports, or luggage, don't leave it in your car. Always keep your passport and personal items with you. Check luggage into your hotel first, before you go sightseeing. Follow these safety tips to make your stay even more enjoyable. From our family to yours, have a wonderful visit to our world-class city. SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting will come to order. Welcome to the November 1st, 2021 regular meeting of the Land Use and Transportation Committee of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I am Supervisor Mirna Melgar, Chair of the committee, joined by Vice Chair Supervisor Dean Preston, and we are waiting for Supervisor Aaron Peskin, who will join us very shortly. The committee clerk today is Erica Major, and I would also like to acknowledge the good folks at SFGovTV who are staffing this meeting today and bringing it to your homes. Madam Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The minutes will reflect that the committee members participated in this remote meeting through video conference to the same extent as though they're physically present. The board recognizes that public access to city services is essential and invite public participation in the following ways. Public comment will be available on each item on this agenda. Either channel 26, 78, or 99 and sfgovtv.org are streaming the public call-in number across the screen. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone by calling the number on the screen. That number is 415-655-0001. Again, that number is 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2483-727-9121. Again, the meeting ID is 2483-727-9123. Then press pound twice after entering the meeting ID. When connected, you will hear the meeting discussions, but you will be muted and in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, just press *3 to be added to the speaker line. Best practices are to call from a quiet location, speak clearly and slowly, and turn down your television or radio. Alternatively, you may submit public comment in either of the following ways. You can email myself, the Land Use and Transportation Clerk, at erica.major@sfgov.org. If you submit public comment via email, it will be forwarded to the supervisors and made part of the official file. Written comments may also be sent via U.S. Postal Service to City Hall, 1 Dr. Carlton B. Goodlett Place, room 244 in San Francisco, California, 94102. Finally, items acted upon today are expected to appear on the Board of Supervisors agenda of November 9th, unless otherwise stated. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can you please call item 1?
Absolutely. Item number 1 is a resolution adding the commemorative street name Polytechnic Way to the 700 block of Frederick Street in recognition of San Francisco's first public high school and its contribution to the education of thousands of San Franciscans from 1894 to 1972. Members of the public who wish to provide public comment on item number 1 should call the number on the screen. Again, that number is 415-655-0001. The meeting ID will be 2483-727-9121. After entering the meeting ID, press pound twice. And if you have not done so already, please press *3 to line up to speak. The system will prompt you that you have raised your hand. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Supervisor Preston, for introducing this item. Please make your remarks.
Thank you, Chair Malgar. I wanted to offer some context and history on the commemorative name designation of the 700 block of Frederick Street to be named after Polytechnic High School, which, as the clerk mentioned in introducing the item, was the first public high school in San Francisco. It was opened in 1884 and originally called the Commercial School. In downtown San Francisco. The school served thousands of San Francisco students until its closure in 1972. Shortly after its opening, what was then the commercial school added academic classes in 1890, art and shop classes in 1894, and then changed its name to Polytechnic High School in 1900. After the 1900 earthquake, Poly moved from its original location, which was at Bush and Stockton, to its home on Frederick Street, where students and faculty held classes in what were then known as earthquake cottages during the construction of the new school. The building was finished in 1915, and it was described in the 1915 Poly Journal, which was the school's yearbook, as, quote, the finest, most modern school west of the Rocky Mountains. By the 1920s, with approximately 2,000 students, Polytechnic became the largest school in San Francisco. In 1925, led by student body president James Rolfe III, whose father was the mayor of San Francisco, Poly led efforts to build a sports stadium across the street from the school, now known as Kezar Stadium. Kezar was the foundation of the school's athletic prowess, especially in football. Between 1925 and 1968, the Poly Parrots won 39 city championships in high school sports, including 13 football titles. Between 1942 and 1961, under the late head coach Milt Axt, the Parrots won 45 straight games. 3 San Francisco 49ers came from Poly: Alan Beals, Bob St. Clair, and Gary Lewis. In the 1950s, Poly was considered a blue-collar school, a place where you could learn to earn a good living in union-heavy San Francisco. As the most respected trade school in the city, Poly supplied San Francisco's numerous industries and trades with trained workers. The school's shop buildings consisted of an auto shop, a wood shop, machine shop, foundry, and large print shop. In the late 1950s, the redevelopment agency began demolishing thousands of housing units in the Western Addition, and many uprooted Black families moved to the Haight-Ashbury. By 1963, Poly's student body was 25% Black. Increasingly, and apparently in reaction to the growing Black population at the school, white enrollment at the school began to decrease as some white families left the neighborhood or sent their kids to other schools. By the late 1960s, San Francisco Polytechnic was more than 50% African American and Filipino, and enrollment declined significantly. As the student body grew more diverse, the city investment in the school decreased, a reflection of systemic racial bias in education funding. A structural investigation revealed that all of the campus buildings, except the girls' gym, failed to meet Field Act requirements for earthquake safety, and Poly would be declared unsafe and closed in 1972, and the students were transferred to the new McAteer High School. From 1973 to 1977, the school was the temporary home of Mission High School while Mission was undergoing renovations. In 1989, all except for the 2 gyms were demolished, and after a long battle by affordable housing advocates, replaced by Parkview Commons, an affordable housing development for low to moderate first-time home buyers. As of January 2018, the former boys' gym houses now the San Francisco Circus Center, and the former girls' gym houses Acro Sports, which both provide community-focused gymnastics, circus arts, and related programming to this day. I want to thank actually one of your constituents, I believe, Chair Melgar, Polytechnic alumnus Walter Kaplan, and other alumni for bringing this idea forward to us and working with our office in this commemorative renaming. So in recognition of the contributions of Polytechnic High School and the thousands of students who attended San Francisco's first public high school, I urge your support for this resolution to add the honorary street name to the city's official list of commemorative street names. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Preston, and thanks for bringing this to the committee. Madam Clerk, let's go to public comment on this, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. DT is, or actually, Joe Adkins, one of our staff members, is checking to see how many callers we have in the queue. If you have not done so already, please press *3 to be added to the queue. You'll only need to press *3 once. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates that you have been unmuted. It looks like we have 5 listeners today with 2 in queue. Joe, if you can unmute the first caller, please. Hello, welcome caller.
Yes, hello?
Hello, you have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Yes. My name is Estella Becerra, and I live at 635 Frederick Street. This has been my family home since the 40s. I agree that Polytechnic High School did contribute to the education of many San Franciscans, among them 2 of my aunts. Today, though, Parkview Commons condominium complex sits where Polytechnic once stood at 701 Frederick Street. At the east end of Frederick Street, near the Circus Center, located at 755 Frederick, is a plaque commemorating the existence of Polytechnic High School. Personally, I do not think it's necessary nor practical to add the name of Polytechnic Way to the 700 block portion of Frederick Street. I think that this will cause confusion, and I feel that the expense incurred in making this addition or change can be used to finance more dire needs in our city. To clarify, to my knowledge, there is no 700 block of Frederick Street. The last block of Frederick Street between Willard and Arguello Streets includes the 600 to 700 numerical addresses. So I don't know if this resolution intends or proposes to add Polytechnic Way to the entire block or just the 700 numerical portion of the block. Because if this resolution intends to add Polytechnic Way to the entire 600 to 700 block of Frederick Street, then the notice for this resolution
Thank
has
you
been
so much. Thank you, Ms.
represented.
Sarah. Again, callers, we're at 2 minutes. So at that 2-minute mark, we have to move on to the next caller. So let's take the next caller, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. David Pilpel, good afternoon. Wanted to speak in support of the resolution. I think wherever we can appropriately commemorate some history of the city, it is useful. I think this commemorative street name doesn't take anything away from the 700 block of Frederick, which I believe is the last block of Frederick when it breaks off from Lincoln, between Lincoln and Arguello. I think that would be entirely appropriate and fine, and I was going to suggest a commemorative plaque if one already exists at Parkview Commons. I think that's fine, and again, the more attention we can draw to the city's history, good, bad, and otherwise, explain, contextualize, etc., I am in support, and thanks to Supervisor Preston and Supervisor Melgar and all of you for your work on this. Thanks.
Next speaker, please. And that is the last in queue after this speaker.
Linda Chapman. Well, I'm actually here for a different item, but I was so impressed by the supervisor's presentation, and it certainly is important to commemorate this school. It would have been my district school, I guess. I grew up in the inner Sunset near the park and therefore outside the boundaries for Lincoln. And I could have gone to Polytechnic. I chose to go to Washington instead, which I hope will be your next landmark high school. But, you know, all the members of my family went to Lowell other than me. But Poly was really an important institution, and especially the industrial part of it. And one of the things that I'm proud of going to Washington was that we had that also. We were a comprehensive school, not like Lowell. You know, so the industrial sciences were very important, and they are important. There are so few qualified blue-collar workers compared to the opportunities and the wages that they can make, and that is the kind of thing that Poly did in its time. Then there was a huge controversy about what was going to replace it, housing and so forth. By that time, I was living on Nob Hill, I guess, but I used to take the streetcar still out to my old stomping ground. And the wonderful resolution that they made there, you know, I used to ride by and look at it and think, God, I would be happy to live there, you know. And so now you have a similar controversy also in my old stomping area out on 26th Irving, I guess. And that can be similarly resolved to come up with something that's good for the neighborhood and still provides important housing. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That completes the queue for today, for item number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to make a motion that we send this item out of committee with a positive recommendation. Madam Clerk, yes, thank you.
On that motion, Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Oh, he's here. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Preston.
Aye.
Preston, aye. Supervisor Melgar.
Aye.
Melgar, aye. And that is a total of 3 ayes. And we did close public comment, right?
Public comment is now closed. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thanks.
And thank you for joining us, Supervisor Peskin.
All right.
Madam Clerk, will you call the next item?
Yes, item number 2 is a hearing to discuss the state of San Francisco's inventory of limited equity cooperatively owned housing to assess the city's capacity to support the financial health and sustainability of cooperatively owned housing. Members of the public who wish to provide public comment on item number 2 should call the number on the screen. Again, that number is 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2483-727-9121. Then press pound twice. If you have not done so already, please press *3 if you would like to speak for item number 2. If you have not done so already, the system prompt will indicate that you have raised your hand. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. I called for this hearing. Co-ops in general and housing co-ops specifically have long been an area of interest for me, and I've always wondered how come in San Francisco we don't have this as an option the way that New York or Washington, D.C., Chicago, other big cities do. We have built this hearing to start the conversation of how we should be supporting our existing co-ops and what we need to do to possibly create new co-ops someday. There are three goals that I have for this hearing today. The first is to help us assess a baseline for our existing co-ops in San Francisco. Number two is to recognize that for people to thrive and succeed in co-op housing, we need to address and acknowledge the structural racism and sometimes paternalistic way that we have looked at failures in co-op housing in San Francisco, and about how we go about supporting the organizing and professional development of boards and tenants and co-ops. What are the ways that we can build the capacity to support the people in the co-ops, and what are the current challenges? And number three, to identify a framework through which we can refinance existing co-ops if they need, so that they can stay as low-income co-ops serving the folks that we need, and also to identify a path for financing new co-ops. So with that, we have a list of speakers who can add, what they know about this topic. I will do an overview of what we're talking about to begin with, along with Lydia Eli from the Mayor's Office of Housing, and Eric Shaw, the director of MoHCD. We will hear from Ms. Norma Brown, who is a constituent of Supervisor Preston, of Vice Chair Preston, and also serves on the California Association of Housing Cooperatives and lives at Lauren Miller Homes. We will then hear from Reverend Arnold Townsend, who, as many of you know, was an integral participant in the development of many of the co-ops that we have in San Francisco today. And then we will hear the vision, challenges, and what our nonprofit developers need from Saki Bailey, the ED of the San Francisco Community Land Trust, and Caroline Feng, who is the Director of Community Real Estate at Meta. And last but not least, we will hear from Andrew Riker, who is the Executive Director of the Urban Homesteading Assistance Board in New York, who has done so much to advance the building and sustaining and preservation of co-op housing in New York. We will be closed up then by Fernando Martí, from the Council of Community Housing Organizations. So with that, let's start. Madam Clerk, if you could bring up our presentation, I would appreciate it.
Okay, just one moment.
So colleagues, folks ask sometimes, what is co-op housing? Can you all see the presentation? There we go. Okay, so folks ask what we're talking about when we talk about co-op housing. So we want to establish a baseline with what it is, where it is, and how the city can support people in co-op housing, as well as assisting the preservation and construction of new housing. This is a picture of St. Francis Square in Vice Chair Preston's district, which was built with financing from HUD and the ILWU, the Longshoremen Workers Union. It is now a market rate co-op, having paid off its mortgage entirely, but still houses the entire leadership of the labor movement in San Francisco. It's been a very successful co-op. Next slide, please. So cooperatives are people-centered enterprises that are owned, controlled, and run by their members to realize a common goal. It can be economic, social, or cultural. Cooperatives bring people together in a democratic way, and members can be customers, employees, users, and then cooperatives are democratically managed by, one member, one rule vote. They have equal rights regardless of the amount of capital they put into the enterprise. They are driven by values, not just profits, and cooperatives share internationally agreed upon principles and act together to build a better world through cooperation. So those principles are voluntary and open membership, democratic control, member economic participation, independence, education, training, and information of their members, cooperation with other cooperatives, and concerns for the community. They generally provide long-term stability, jobs, and prosperity. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a successful economic workers cooperative in San Francisco, Rainbow Groceries in the Mission and Supervisor Hillary Ronan's district. Next slide, please. Today, we're going to talk about housing co-ops in San Francisco, and we have thousands of units in San Francisco. The left is the entrance to Cathedral Co-op in Supervisor Peskin's district at 1201 California. It is a market rate co-op that has been around for a long time, and it provides very beautiful historic apartments. And to the right is the Glenridge Co-op in Supervisor Mandelman's district, right across from Glen Park. It is a low and moderate income co-op that was originally built with HUD financing as a rental co-op and was able to convert to owner occupied housing co-op a few years after it was built. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about a little bit about what the difference is between a condo and a co-op. So a condo is a private specific unit within a multi-unit building, or it can be, a house within a development. Whereas a co-op owner has a share of the corporation that owns that building. And that share comes with the right to occupy the unit in the building. So we can see how that has advantages and disadvantages, but the big advantages is that people can pool their resources together, and they're also responsible for the whole, not just their part. So for folks who have credit issues or may not have a social security number because of their, status in the country, it provides the advantage that they don't get a mortgage individually, but they go in it with other folks, and it is a corporation that gets the mortgage to acquire the building. Next slide, please. So this is one of the most successful recent co-ops that have been built in San Francisco. It was Columbus United. It was a limited zero equity affordable housing co-op that received funding from the Mayor's Office of Housing and raised quite a bit of their own as well. The tenants in this building in Chinatown in Supervisor Peskin's district pulled their resources together and working with CCDC and Asian Law Caucus were able to purchase their own building to stabilize their building, and it's a very lively, healthy community that houses several families upstairs and the Asian Law Caucus on the ground floor. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lydia Ely, who is here to talk to us about the housing co-ops from the Mayor's Office of Housing. Hi.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Chair Melgar and Vice Chair Preston and Supervisor Peskin. Can you all hear me okay? We're back in the office for the first time today. Have our new equipment. So yes, I'm going to talk a little bit about MOCD's role in an understanding of the limited equity co-op environment here in San Francisco. If we could have the next slide. So I first kind of want to talk a little bit about the different divisions at MOCD and how we are kind of structured to address the needs of co-ops. So we have, a housing division of which I'm the deputy. We have 25,000 rental units that kind of plain vanilla, mostly plain vanilla rental units, and we work on policies and programs to create stable, safe, and affordable housing. Our community development team works with community-based partners and organizations, and we have a home ownership and BMR division that works specifically, again, on homeownership opportunities in the more classic sense. And of course, we have a finance and administration team. And the reason I bring this up is because co-ops, kind of may fall across multiple divisions at MoCD, the way we are set up now. I mean, the housing division has 25,000 units that are, like I said, classic rental. And as we move through the presentation, you'll see that the co-op units that we are talking about are not really falling in any of these buckets in particular. So here is a list that we have here at MoCD of, these are the low income co-ops. So we wouldn't include like the Cathedral Hill project, for example, on this list. These are mostly 1960s vintage, larger multi-unit projects. You'll see from the color coding that MoCD only is involved in a couple of them actually as a lender, and as such we don't have the kind of typical loan agreements or regulatory agreements that we often use as a mechanism for working with owners and working on compliance, etc. The most recent project is from 2007, as Supervisor Melgar mentioned, the 53 Columbus. That did have a MoCD loan, quite a small one, related to seismic safety and also to some technical assistance for that co-op to get set up. But by and large, these are projects that were funded with HUD loans, mostly the 236 and 221 program. These programs are sunsetted. Many of these programs have been sunsetted by HUD, and you'll see from the maturity dates is kind of all over the map. Few of the projects have paid off HUD loans, and Columbus didn't have one in the first place. And so they kind of, the ongoing kind of monitoring and performance requirements are often lying with HUD and not with the city. So often these co-ops are negotiating and communicating directly with HUD in such a way that MoCD is not often aware. And that can take us to the next slide, please. So recognizing that these housing units are a critical resource and that they are home for many, many of our low-income residents, we do provide technical assistance, and it's usually on kind of an as-needed basis. We do not currently have a kind of proactive program where we are going out and talking with co-ops and getting kind of ahead of what their needs are. We hear usually when there's an issue of concern, and we are either asked to intervene or we are asked to assist. Recently, for example, on the Freedom West project, there's been an operating shortfall in their budget, so we've given a small multi-year grant to support that co-op as they explore options for a kind of a more ambitious recapitalization. But most specifically, in the last couple of years, we've funded Enterprise Northern California to go out and work with co-ops as needed to provide technical assistance on budgeting, rehabilitation needs, how to assess building systems, board development, board training, and then a lot of governance support around elections specifically. And as I stated before, folks sometimes reach out to us to adjudicate conflicts perhaps within an organization or between the board and residents, and we don't have the right to do that. Although we may provide resources to help sort out some of those issues, we don't have standing to to get involved or to intervene. And we've actually been advised by the city attorney in those cases where we don't have that role that we should not opine on some of these issues, and we really rely on our third-party experts to act in that role. We also work with HUD to problem solve when it becomes aware that a project may be at risk of compliance with HUD and its requirements. If we could have the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we engaged Enterprise a couple years ago, and obviously with the pandemic, there have been real limits to how much Enterprise has been able to meet with residents, either obviously in person, but even virtually. A lot of logistical challenges around that. But most notably, the last year or so, Enterprise has worked with the residents and board at MLK Garvey Co-op Apartments and have been working over the last, I would say, 6 months pretty consistently with the board there. One of Enterprise's sub-consultants, the California Center for Community Cooperative Development, gave kind of an in-house training to city staff who are interested in learning more about how co-ops work, how they're financed, and what the city's role could be in supporting those existing co-ops. So that was earlier this year. Could we have the next slide, please? So in its work with the folks at MLK Garvey, I think there were some findings that Enterprise shared with us recently, and I think obviously every co-op is different and the dynamics are different, but because of the way co-ops were established and kind of assumed that there would be ongoing professional development of the residents and the board, which has not always come to pass, that there are kind of some general and common needs across co-ops that we should be addressing. Specifically, when we bring in third parties like Enterprise, are the co-op residents and board going to trust those kind of outsiders? How can we support positive power dynamics between the residents and the board, who are also residents? And then how can we give support around record keeping, decision making, and the documentation that the board needs to function effectively and move forward through its duties. Could we have the next slide? So one thing we've talked about with Enterprise, and we're hopefully going to move forward with later this year, is a large-scale study of the co-op environment. As you can tell from my presentation, we lack a lot of detail about what goes on in these communities, and we're not embedded much in the day-to-day operations and the finances and all that. So we'd like to pursue a more in-depth study and kind of take the temperature of all the co-ops and see who's living there, how are their finances, where do they feel they need help, how can we create networks among them so that they have a mutual support system, and then what are the governance structures and where can we work with those to strengthen the co-ops for the long term? Could we have the next slide? Also, this gets to Supervisor Melgar's original question. What is it about San Francisco that makes us not have that many co-ops, and why have we only really built one new one in the last, I don't know, maybe 20? It's probably 30 years, 40 years at this point. So, what is our ecosystem, and how does it work and does it not for the co-op community? And what organizations and resources do we have here in San Francisco that could contribute to strengthening existing co-ops and maybe creating new ones? So if we could have the next slide. Part of that question is, what is happening in other cities, and how are other cities addressing these issues. One thing I didn't mention earlier is MOCD's role in affordable housing development really relies a lot on leveraging other sources of funding. So for example, the tax credit program, 40% of the funds of any project that MOCD supports that's a rental project comes from outside sources at a minimum. So how can we get that same kind of bang from our buck in San Francisco and leverage city funds if that's what we're going to do, and really stretch that money as far as we can to create new units. There's other models also that other cities and communities have used in tandem with co-ops around land trusts. So some co-ops are also built on land trust models. There's also mutual housing, which I know very little about, but I know that's another model that's been successful in other communities. So we'd want to look through this lens as well. And then next slide, please. So here's what I was just talking about, how we are always leveraging the funds that we do have, that the voters have entrusted us with, or have been legislated through our budget process, and try to stretch those dollars as far as we can. And as far as we know now, the funding landscape for new co-ops is really, really difficult and does not lend itself to leveraging. So we really need to be creative and dig deep to find a model that works financially.